almost forgot that I was streaming Picardo last time. And we don't need this video. Yes. There we go. Let this stream. Might as well get Picardos. Alright. Now I can draw. Okay. Hello, everyone. Yeah, I did go live on Picardo for a brief moment, because I forgot that I was streaming on Picardo on Sunday. And I even tried to remember, it was like, oh yeah, I need to remember to change this to Twitch. And then I forgot. So I was on Picardo for like 2 minutes. And I was like, wait a minute, something's wrong here. So yeah, that happened. Now I'm just checking. Double checking who won the poll on Patreon. Pretty sure I know who it is, but just checking. Let's see. That's for Fat Lovers Club. Where's the other one? Ah, here it is. Okay, yes, it's definitely Blake Dinewell. Alright. Grab some reference. Hi-hats, volumes. Gonna have to rename some of these at some point. Extra. We'll use this one. And before I do anything else, every month on Patreon for the $5 and below tiers. Well, I think yeah, there's still one below that. Basically, I do like a theme or whatever, and people vote on which character they want me to draw. And this is usually safe for work unless I feel like making it risque. In this case, it's going to be safe for work. But they voted on a fat version of one of my characters, so that's the one I'm going to be drawing. I'm just checking one more thing, and then I'll grab some reference to pose her in. Where are you? Oh, thank you for the follow. Iron Mania. Thank you. I'm glad you liked the Fat Blood Orange. That one was fun. Oh, you know what? Okay, we're gonna switch the reference to this one, because this one's funny. And I enjoy this. There we go. That's better. It's more wholesome. There we go. Alright. Turn this off. Now for some reference. Probably just want her in a standard. Because I kind of want her somewhat snacking. So I'm just going to scroll and see what I get here. Yeah, this is an okay one. We'll do this. What about this one? Yeah, there we go. Okay, start drawing. Hope everyone's doing alright. Oops, tap my mic. Actually, let's make her not take up so much space. Move that over just so you can see what she's saying. Yeah, there's like a little bit of music going, but it's not super loud because, you know, even though this is supposed to be royalty-free music, sometimes it'll get flagged, but that's usually because people are trying to post the music as their own. But this one specifically is supposed to be free to use. So I just have it low just in case. Yeah, I had a good weekend. Mostly working on some stuff for Patreon. Didn't get to do everything I wanted to do. But that's okay, I'm already chugging away at it right now. Because I'm working on this right now for Patreon. Well, this is a public pic, so it'll be posted publicly anyway. But after the stream, I'm going to be working on the stuff that is only for Patreon. There's like one more set of artwork that's also public called the Ask the Cast. And with that, you know, people ask my characters questions and then my characters answer them. And I try to pick like the most interesting questions, if possible. Actually, let's make her eye look a little bit more excited than that. Yeah. The current weight gain drive ends next week. Or next Monday, I believe. And it's only because it's already been around for a month. And like after a month, I'm kind of like, okay, I want to work on something else now. Because if I just left it there until it got paid for, then it would just be time being lost to something else that's probably more interesting, or that people are more support for. But I already drew the roughs for the current weight gain drive, so if it does get funded, then I can move on to working on those. Don't like that eye. And then I also want to work on a nun outfit for Becky, which we only need 5 more subs for, if we're reaching that goal for this. Hello, Alex. But yeah, soon, once the current weight gain drive is over, I'm gonna put up a vote on the $15 and higher tiers on Patreon to see what will be the next weight gain drive, and I will be picking the characters to choose from. One of them will be one of mine, just in case people are interested in one of mine, but the other 3 will be characters from other things. I haven't decided on who they will be, but I'm leaning on one of them being Luna from Hell of a Boss. And if somehow I end up finishing this early, I can probably move on to something else. Make her a little chunkier than she normally is. Fix that up. Nope, not my rest day. Let me just double check something. And make her happy. And there's that bad habit of me drawing super low. Move her over. There we go. go. Get her eyelashes. But yeah, sorry if some of you went to Picardo for a brief moment. I accidentally forgot that my settings was set to Twitch. Or not Twitch, but Picard. Yeah, it was set to Picardo, and then I had to switch it to Twitch. I was like, what the hell did I just say? Get her head lined up. Yeah, it's pretty chilly today over here too. Yesterday and the day before it was just raining, which is good because I like the rain, personally. If I could choose a weather, it would be gloomy and rainy. Let me make sure this is correct. Okay, it is. Cool. Dear. That's funny. Take my sunny and clear time, clear days any day, anytime. It's been a while since I drew Fat Blake. I gotta stop referring to it as Fat Blake, but people aren't gonna know who I'm talking about if I say Dinewell. I could totally see a conversation between her and the original Blake. It's like, oh, as opposed to skinny Blake. That reminds me, I need to post the link to the Picardo stream on Patreon and Subscribestar. Because I rendered those out, or rented it out, but I forgot, I didn't post it on there. Because I can't post that one normally on YouTube because it has dick stuff going on. I like gloomy weather. The introvert in me wants it gloomy. Well, yeah, because I thought it'd be fun. So I called her Dinewell. That will be the original Blake's original last name before it was changed when she got adopted. But in the context of secrets, yes, it is an amusing name. There we go. Let's see, I'll do this here. The stuff we don't need. I probably didn't need to draw her guidelines at all, but tighten these up. There we go. And get a little bit longer of a neck than that. He says as he adds like what, 2 pixels to it. Okay, so did that. Probably gonna have to extend the window a bit, but I'll get there when I get there. Today is Tuesday, right? I'm like, okay, I'm all tripping out for a moment. I was like, is today Monday or Tuesday? I've lost sense of time. Let's see. Probably make our arms a little bigger. Two days after Thibel worship. Oh, I can show this. I just recently got an adoptable, and I'm definitely gonna use him for the Church of the Thibel. So let me grab him, and let me make sure I grab the right one because one of them's risque. So let me move him over here. So this character will be used for the Thibel, for like the Thibel Church. So yeah, it's gonna be a whole thing going on with him. So once I draw him in my style and all that, that would be something I want to use in the future. And I got plenty of other nuns and religious characters to work with it, so that'll be fun. So yeah, I just recently got this adoptable, and I should save this. Yeah, it's just make him super preachy. Be like, it's like, do you not know the the blessings of thighs or whatever thickness he'll come up with? I'm just gonna name this Fat Blake for now. Or like have like a comic where he's like wondering if the teachings aren't going well, and then one of the nuns just, you know, reassures him. With big thick thighs and other thick attributes. At first I was thinking of using one of the nuns from Black Circus, but then I was like, nah, that's kind of her own thing going. You broke your vows. Exactly. It's like he goes to one of the nuns and he's like, forgive me, sister, whatever, for I have strayed. And she's like, oh goodness, what happened? And he's like, I looked at a magazine of thin people, and he's like, and I do like some prayer. I don't know. It'll just be utter nonsense. But the whole point is, you know, praising the THICC. And I'm sure there's like some other character that's praising the opposite, so that'll be funny. You just have two churches praising two different things. And then, I don't know, maybe they meet some weird middle ground. It's like, you touched abs and not flab? It's like, yes. Yes, I did. Instead of bouncing jello, I got cheese graters. I don't know, whatever the fuck I'm gonna call it. Yeah, I gotta... Once I work on my output, I'm definitely gonna work on something. Well, first I gotta work... I want to work on the first archives and secrets comics that I want to do. But then after that, we can just do random nonsense. So yeah, I think after the slime weight gain comic, it'll be Church of the Thible. And I was thinking for their book, it would just be the letter T, but like the bottom part of the T will be like big thick thighs. And I'll probably turn that into a card. Oh, I can tease that a little bit. Let me save this just in case. Because there's nothing to see. That's risque. So, like, I already made the cover like a long ass time ago. I just haven't gotten around to doing the rest of it. So, here's the cover for the first Secrets comic that I'll be working on. So yeah, like, I have plans for it already. It's just, I've been working on other stuff, so I put it on the side. But, this is showing off, another character that I've had in the works, named, Gula. Because I believe it's Gula. Let me check now. I'm horrible with names. Yes, it is Gula. Okay. Because this is Gula. She works in like the slime district of her village or town, whatever the case may be, and she's like part slime, part dragon, and she runs an ice cream shop that she can like. Well, she makes most of it with her own slime, but she can like convert ingredients and stuff like that to change it. So it's like a whole comic about that. Yes. And yeah, it'll be a comic about her just running her business. And her ice cream is very addictive because it's, you know, she has like all the nutrients kind of condensed in. So that'll be her thing going. And like the story around that character, like not the character itself, but like why she got made is interesting because originally there was going to be another design that was an adoptable, and I had autobot the adoptable, and the person wouldn't sell me the adoptable because of the storyline with Marcy. Not necessarily the storyline, but just because Marcy is young in that story. Despite her getting older at the end of the comic. So she's no longer a young character. So due to that, I don't know why that person needed a background check on that, but I guess they do that because they don't want to have issues in the future or whatever, even though that's completely not on them. That's on whoever causes problems. But, yeah, so they didn't want to give me the character. I said, fine, sure, you do you. And out of spite, made my version. So, yeah. And that's the only time I've ever had that issue, too. I was just like, damn. But I was pissed enough where I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'll make my own. And granted, I can make my own character. Like, I don't need to adopt any character at all. Like, I have way more than enough of my own shit than I need to be adopting any characters and stuff like that. But in that particular case, because I like the artist, for one, because I had already been following that artist for quite some time, or a few years, actually. And so I was like, oh, okay, I'll support the artist and get an adoptable at the same time, and then that happened. So yeah, that was the case. And then yeah. But that priest character is definitely going to be the last adoptable I get, because I have way more than enough. But I wanted to end it on a crazy design, so I picked that one because it had to do, because we were talking about the Fibel for so much that coincidentally that particular type of character shows up, and I was like, okay, that one. And then we're done. And I know I've said that multiple times, but that one's a good one to end on, especially after all the Fibel talk. And now I have it recorded, so definitely I'm not going to get any more. Although now that I say that, I'm probably going to see something really fucking cool. Anyway. But I can always make my own characters. That's never been an issue. But I like supporting other artists and stuff like that, so. But alas, I have to stop. So right now I'm making Blake all giddy because it's Year of the Rabbit. So gonna give her some carrot cake. She chunky. Like, it's the Year of the Rabbit. Here you go. Here's some cake. Probably gonna do two versions. Her just sitting there with a big gut, and one with the cake in front of her, so that way we can have two versions without the cake obscuring her. Yeah. And that's like the fun part for alternate timelines and universes and stuff, because if there's one version of the character that, you know, even though they're canon, it doesn't mean I can't make like another version and just make that one non-canon. And the non-canon just refers to like the main storyline that will be focused on for that character. It doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, just because True Ending Blake exists, that Fat Blake can't, you know, have her own thing going. It's just that she'll have less focus compared to True Ending Blake. And it's mostly just because, like, the alternate versions, they're more, like, kind of direct. Like, their story is, like, you know, pretty cut and dry, or not dry, but like pretty clear on what it is they're doing, and there's not like really much of a mystery to it. Like Evil Marcy, for example. It's like you kind of figure out what her shtick is pretty quickly. And did somebody text me? Hold on. Who's talking to me? Phone, why are you slow? Okay. Anyway. So it's kind of like Evil Marcy, where you already know where her deal is. So there's not really much to expand on unless I'm just going to focus on, you know, either how her and Skylar or that version of Skylar are doing, or like her meeting other alternate timeline characters. Or at least the characters in her world. And that's kind of it, really. Have a pulp detective novel, yeah. Yeah, like, it's canon in that, like, stuff can be canon in their own timeline, sure. I just refer to it as the timeline that will be more focused on. So when I say canon, I just mean this is the main story that will be what is referenced for, like, all of my other main stuff. That's why I'm gonna split the names for the Secrets comics, because I want the Secrets comics to either be kink-related stuff or alternate timeline stuff. Because that way they're just comics for dumb fun. They're not supposed to be taken 100% seriously. And then, like, the stuff that actually has to do with, like, the actual timeline of events and stuff like that will be the Archives comics. Yeah, that's a pretty good take of Timewell. But yeah, like, the whole point for Secrets is they're just supposed to be just turn your brain off comics. Whereas the Archives and main series are the ones where, like, okay, put in a little bit of more thought. Lack of paragraphs. But yeah, there's a lot of stories I want to do. Like, there's like one comic that I want to do that has to do with like a rich woman who has a kink for fat people, and so when her husband's away for business or whatever, she invites somebody over, with the incentive of paying them, of course. But then she just, you know, has her merry way. That's just one idea. I mean, I'll probably change some stuff about it to make it better. But that's been one idea I've had. Timewell diamond. It's like, oh no, my diamond's missing. And then if they find the diamond underneath her fat or gigantic boobs. It's like, it was there the whole time. I don't know, I'm just talking. So many ideas, and yet I only have so much time in each day. So definitely something I want to work on is output. So I'm going to try to work on doing things faster, if possible, without the loss of quality. Because that's the difference when it comes to quality for working on comics, is just if you want it if you want more pages, then the quality has to drop, or at least the choice and style has to change. If you want it at the best as I can, then it's going to require more time. That's why the recent Black Circus took a little bit more time than I thought it would. Because even though I was like pretty much at the end during the stream, there's still like more details and effects that I had to add in. Luckily, the drooling and sweat didn't take too long, but everything else, for whatever freaking reason, took a while. Maybe give her a pretty normal top. I might put like some text on it. Says something like #1 bun or something. Thank you for the follow, full of oatmeal. That's a good name. It's like, and here we are drawing characters who are thicker than a bowl of oatmeal. And this won't always be like streams of just big characters. I'll draw others. Just this one is for a Patreon thing, so I figured I'd draw her on stream. So maybe tomorrow I'll draw a different character. Or if I finish this one early, can work on something else. Just 4 more and it'll be 60. Okay, so this would curve down, probably be about here. Let's get that gut showing. And I'll probably adjust this to accommodate. So for now, we'll do it like this. I might make it bigger. What am I kidding? I'm likely to make it bigger. Yeah, and that's one of the things I've been thinking about for the character pools, like, even though I've been allowing people to choose the characters, a lot of the times if it's like a fat character, then that's usually the person they end up picking. Because it's like it's either been a fat character or a very popular character, like Luna from Hell of a Boss, or Crystal from Star Fox, or Renamon. So like a lot of the times I've been wondering if I need to dial that back. But it's like one of those hard things, because it's like even if I did dial it back, people would just pick the popular of whatever choices I make. Because like if they don't know the characters, then there's like the characters I pick, other than like 1 or 2, then there's nothing really I can do about that. It's just kind of the way it is. And that's why I made the Fat Lois Club in the first place, is because I knew that if fat characters got picked repeatedly for the normal poll, then those characters would be picked. This one I was fine with, because it was just, you know, Fat Blake for Year of the Rabbit and all that, so this was fine. And then I can always draw other characters that didn't make it on my own, so there's nothing keeping me from doing that. But when it comes to the polls, it's really hard. It's really hard to make more art for other characters. Because like I could talk about characters from, like, I don't know, Dino Saucers, or what was it called? Or the Mapletown Story characters, or something like that. But you toss in, like, I don't know, Lola Bunny, or Crystal from Star Fox, or the Gadget from Rescue Rangers, any of the usual suspects like Maid Marian and all that. You toss them in, and you're more likely to get those characters than anyone else. Or like Judy Hopps or something, it's really hard to make that fair. Especially if people are very limited on the characters that they're aware of. Then it gets harder, because it's like, I can't control people, obviously I can't control whether or not people know characters from the 80s or 90s or even 70s. There's just nothing I can do about that. So I kind of just have to roll with it. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just, that's why when I try to make art sets and stuff, the art sets are usually the stuff that are full of unknown characters. Because if I don't do that, then we're just gonna constantly have the usual suspects over and over. And sometimes I try to spice it up with a certain theme or category. That way it makes it a little bit tougher for people to choose certain characters. Or at least they have to think a little more on which characters they want to pick. But there's only so many themes I could say that the popular characters will fall into. So it is what it is. And then after a while, I'm gonna run out of categories that would try to not exactly push them out, but just limit them more. And I don't want to make a giant ban list of characters. The new page is gorgeous. Oh, thank you. But yeah, because I want to maintain the quality that I have without changing it, because that's why I was iffy about wanting to. That's why I was iffy about stopping the first chapter of Black Circus, because it was very, very, very short. Same thing for iHat Volume 2. It was very, very, very short. I only stopped at 30 pages or so, or 38 or something like that. And that was mainly because I wanted to change the quality. And the way I was doing those comics at the time was actually sucking up more time than the current style that I use. Because for example, one of the pages for, in both of their cases, the way I was doing coloring and shading was, maybe not the coloring, but the shading definitely was just why? So I wanted to change that up for when I learned when I got a little bit better. If you look at, I haven't posted the newer pages yet for Black Circus on publicly, but when you're able to see them, you'll see what I mean. But for those who are aware, if you look at the difference between Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, it's ironic that Chapter 2 takes less time to do than Chapter 1, just because of the coloring style. Or the shading, actually. It's more about the shading than it is the coloring. The coloring is pretty much always going to be the same, with minor tweaks to how I do it. because I've learned a few tricks since then. But the shading is definitely a big difference between the two. And it's ironic that the Chapter 1 shading took longer than the Chapter 2 shading. Yeah, I'm probably going to start posting iHat Volume 2 in February, because I think that should be enough time to get that ball rolling. And then Black Circus will probably start getting posted once it reaches either page 8 or page 10. And it's just going to be one page each week for now, until I work on my my output. Because once I'm able to crank things out a little faster, then I'll be more willing to post more. Yeah, let's fix that. But for now, it's just going to be one page a week for the public sites. Because right now, it's only been like 1 or 2 pages each week for Black Circus and iHat, and that's irking me. Because I know I can be better than that. So that's my next step. Because streaming schedule I can pretty much do. Like, that's not an issue. But it's everything else that I'm like, grr. Oh, you mean the little symbols and stuff that she had on her forehead? Like, those are what you're talking about? Oh yeah, because that was just makeup. She doesn't have them naturally. And she meant to take it off sooner, but she ended up, sleeping with Squeaks, or having fun with Squeaks, I should say. And so she kind of went to sleep a little sooner. But once she decided to, do the job, she removed the makeup just in case. Because, you never know. Some people don't like tattoos and stuff like that. So she just, luckily for her, it was just makeup. She doesn't have any tattoos. At least not currently. If she does get tattoos, that'll probably be for different reasons. Yeah, that's just cover art, because, like, sometimes I'll just, draw the artwork with whatever, just to spice it up. Because that's always been the case for a lot of comics, where the cover art doesn't necessarily reflect what happens in the comics. Like, if, I think it was the neutral ending chapter 4 for iHat 1, where you see Marcy wearing, like, a jacket, and she has like a big ice cream in front of her, and none of that happens in the comic, or at least none of that is shown in the comic. She eats ice cream and all that, but she doesn't wear like a jersey. And we're just gonna give Blake a big old plump booty. But yeah, all of that was makeup for the role that she was auditioning for. Which unfortunately went to the big titty bimbo. widen this a bit. And realistically, this would probably be more narrow. Let me just round it out. Give her some stretchy yoga. Make the bottoms like some tan color or something. But they're like partially see-through, so some of her fur will be seen through it. That'll be fun. Yeah, I need to draw a butt more often. I don't draw a lot of butt. Because I always like showing off the fronts of the characters, just like, you know, visually, for like, design-wise. But I definitely need to draw more butt. It's weird that I don't focus on that a lot. I think it is also like a thing where I want to do everything. But I should definitely do a art set focused on butt. That reminds me, I need to work on the next character for the Creamfield art set. Exhibit Jam. I mean, outside of Jam. Yeah, cause when I did chapter 5 of the original of the neutral ending for iHat, that was when I decided to make Black Circuits its own thing, because Skylar doing all that stuff that ended up being retconned anyway, because I felt like I can do the whole story better. That was when I was like, okay, for one, I'm focusing too hard on Skylar when the comic's supposed to be about Marcy. And since I was going to do all of that stuff, I figured it should just be its own comic. Does she need lines going down the side? Nah, that's fine, because we can just give her pantyhose. Big curve. But yeah, I do butt stuff with Jam, but that's because Jam is like hella simple to focus on. Because she's not very complicated at all. And she's like a good like guide / practice for when I do want to do more butt artwork. The question is whether or not those would be on this stream or on the Not Safe for Work stream, because like not all the characters have to be naked or whatever to show off their butt. But then it's like, oh no, is this good or bad? And it's just like, okay, I guess we'll figure that out based on clothing. Because if they're wearing something skimpy, then it's like, oh, this has to go on Picardo. They're wearing like a dress, but they still have a big butt, then it's like, that's probably safe. I mean, I like everything, honestly. Yeah, the boobs, belly, and butt. But I like everything, so. But butt is definitely a good thing to look at. I do catch myself looking at butt a lot. But then I like everything else. It's like, oh damn, look how big that person's belly is. But then I'm like, shit, look at the titties on her. But then I'm like, damn, that's a nice ass. So I'm all over the place. But then like this also applies to like other body types too, not just bigger women. But then I'm pretty okay with my sexuality, so I can acknowledge whether or not a guy is hot. I remember my friend asked me to go with her to see a doctor, so I'm just sitting there chilling, and then her doctor comes in, and it's like a hot Asian guy, and so he talks to her, blah 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 blah. Then he says like, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get some forms or whatever. So he leaves, and she's like, oh my god, that guy was hot. And I was like, yeah, right. And he's like, oh, you thought so too? I'm like, yeah. And then she's like, damn, he had a ring on. I was like, okay, what's stopping you? As a joke. So I can acknowledge if men are hot. Now, see, if we lived in a society of furry men, like actual anthropomorphic people, then I'd be torn. Because I'm like, fuck, look at that guy. Big werewolf man. Yes. All of the yes. But then, counter that with cat women, and it's like, fuck. I'd just be lost at that point if that was actually a world we lived in. It's like everything would have its own benefit. What about non-fleshy, jiggly body parts, neck, hair, hands, feet? Yeah, I can work with all of that, honestly. I should just make an art set where I'm just working on. That's kind of what the Creamfield cast do for the most part. They all have like their own like characteristic gimmick, other than the weight gain stuff. Obviously, I didn't cover everything because like I didn't cover feet too much. I didn't cover necks or armpit or whatever. Not that I couldn't. I just didn't want to like overwhelm. I guess if I was going to give any of the leftover kinks to anyone, it'd probably be the BLT crew, or the BLT gang. So, hypothetically, if I gave them kinks to focus on, then they would probably get some of the leftover ones. So, like, I don't know, maybe lettuce would be feet or something. And maybe... not tomato, bacon would be neck. I don't know. That's if I even want to have them have a kink gimmick. Because currently they're not for that. They weren't made for that particular reason. But nothing's stopping me from just making art sets that focus on it in general. Like, I don't need to have specific characters to do that with. Just boils down to me spending the time to do it. Like, I could do a whole fucking comic of... Or not comic, but an art set of Plum licking Jam's neck or Banana's neck, since Banana's a giraffe, so that's a whole like dining buffet by comparison. So yeah, it's like here's something I'm into. Here's a comic about it, or here's an art set about it. And sometimes it's not even like the theme necessarily. It's more just like the initial idea or gimmick, or like it's not really about the kink. It's about the idea behind it. Because it's like anybody can just make like, okay, here's a weight gain comic, character eats and gets fat, done. But then it's like, okay, what more context can we add to that to spice it up more? So like then you have like, you know, I-Hat with Skylar's weird powered up food that can do whatever the hell he wants it to do. Or here's this frog woman who can hypnotize people. And then it's like, okay, here's this dog guy who accidentally bought a mail order wife, and then the mail order wife is super into him and just wants to bone. So I mean, it's all over the place. And I think this is fine. Part of me wants to make her belly bigger, though. What do you think? Should I make the belly bigger or no? Or just leave it alone? I'll let you decide that. There's only 3 of you, so... Didn't need to ask. Well, that's already 2 out of 3, so... I'm at that. I'm less grossed out, but I'm bothered by feet than I used to be younger. Foot play and foot fetish. Yeah, like the whole foot fetish thing, it's like heavily depends on how you treat it. Cause like there's like artwork where they make the feet like heavily detailed, and then it's just a matter of, you know, do they dirty it, damage it, you know, do something gross with it, or do something like calming or whatever. It just depends on where the artist takes it. And that can be applied to everything. Like, not everything can be swapped as like, you know, pleasant, gross, or whatever. Like, you can make anything if you try. Yeah, like the overly detailed feet pics, I'm kind of like whatever with, because it's like they kind of lose their appeal to me. Because like a lot of the times they spend too much time on all the wrinkles and stuff, and who knows, that might be what's actually part of the kink there. And it could also just be like, you know, it's not like my top 10 picks of a kink, but I do acknowledge it. But it just depends on how it's treated. Because like you can make it look nice, or you can make it look unappealing. And obviously, this doesn't apply to everybody. Everyone has their own range of what does it for them. And again, because like for example, people like my comics despite not liking a particular theme or something. Like, people like Marcy and Skylar despite not liking the weight gain stuff. So it just depends on how you handle it. So like if I were to make like a feet fetish thing or feet kink, it just heavily relies on how I treat it. How can I make something that's probably super niche in its own sense be appealing? Yeah, we can do it wider than that. which is kind of ironic because hands and feet were kind of like the taboos back in the day. My cup of toe. Yeah, like how they some artwork shows like the feet looking more like hands, or like they're like more closer to like monkey feet, and it just doesn't work for every character. So I think that's the challenge of it. It's like the challenge is trying to make it appealing. But then again, it could be just because my preference towards it is different than comparing it to the others that I like. So it can also just be that. So who knows if what I'm thinking is like actually the common thought behind it. Like, I would actually have to go and ask people who are into that, just to explain the appeal, if they can. Because I know, like, a lot of stuff is just, like, it's unexplainable to a degree. Like, you can only explain some things, but you can't explain everything. But then, like, when it comes to, like, people asking, is like, okay, why are people into weight gain comics? The best way I can put it is just the context behind it. Because, like, you can say, like, oh, you like the bigger body, the jiggles, whatever. But also explaining, like, the context behind all these things will help further explain it. Because, like, I always come across people who just don't like how much time is spent on a comic just to get to the main point. And to me, I think the context behind it is better for it. But with that said, though, if you spend too long trying to build up the context, then that's when it starts to feel like it's being dragged out for the sake of dragging out. So, like, you'll have a weight gain comic that it's a weight gain comic, there's bits and pieces of it there that's been sprinkled around, like, the beginning of the comic or so. But then it takes, like, 100 pages just for, like, the main character or whatever to finally get to the main idea. And depending on how long it takes for pages to come out, will decide on if 100 pages is a lot or a little. Yeah, exactly. And I was glad you don't get upset like me when someone brings up things like weight gain and stuff too much. I don't get upset with it. It's just the only time weight gain stuff irks me, or not exactly irks me, but just like gets a little bit on my nerves, is just when it becomes boring. And that's only when it becomes too prominent in the character choices or like certain ideas. Because it's like when I open up for commissions and stuff like that, most of the time it was just like the same thing over and over. And I get it, because it's probably because, honestly, it might be because weight gain is just not as prominent as I thought it was, and maybe that's why I get so much traffic for it. Because to me, I feel like I see it all the time. But then again, it could be just the places that I visit that just, they're right there in my face, so it's not like it's a missable thing for me. So it could be just that there's not a lot of artists that actually do it to the degree that people, or to the degree or quality that they're looking for, and that's why I get that much traffic. And there's nothing wrong with that. I just like varying things up. So nowadays, like, I've already taken like 2 years off of I see fed people. So that now that I've taken like 2 years off of commissions, now I'm just kind of thinking about reopening for them again. and I think my mentality behind how the commissions for me are, or the stuff I get commissioned for, are treated nowadays. I think I'm just a lot more lax and open about it now than I was a few years ago. Mostly in terms of like just the variety of them. Like, there was nothing wrong with wigging initially. It's just I was getting a little bored. So I think that was the part of it. It was just making me bored. The THICC sense. Yeah, I guess it is a lot more scarce than I thought it was. But yeah, like, I think I'll be opening again soon. Testing the waters a bit. And I think I'll just keep it simple, you know, like, one commission per person, so that way I'm not being overwhelmed. And then I'll limit to, like, 3 people at a time. But I think I'll wait just a little bit longer before I open. Maybe I'll open February. Because right now I want to still work on my output. So I'll probably try opening and see what happens. But I definitely won't make commissions be like super prominent for me. But I'll definitely try to open more often than not. Yeah, like I'm gonna make sure I don't burn out from it, but I don't want to just, you know, outright deny commissions. Because I get a lot of messages asking me if I'm open or when will I be opening and stuff like that. Oh, really? What's your idea? I mean, if you don't want to tell, that's fine. But yeah, if I do open, it'll just be a debate on whether or not I do it publicly or through Patreon. I'll probably do it publicly just so everyone has a chance to get one. And then I just I have to decide how often I open. Whether it be like once a month or once every few months or something. Yeah, just making her arms a little fatter. If I do toss Blake into the next weight gain drive, Blake Dinewell, I'll probably just make it a sequence on how she got fat. Whether or not it's canon is whatever. It'll just be dumb fun. Make you an adoptable. Well, at that point, it's not even an adoptable, it's just designing you a character. Because an adoptable would imply that I had a character made specifically to sell. Which I did do. I had 3 characters that I made that were adoptables. And I sold them. But I cannot make myself do that again because it just made me want to have those characters for myself. So I will not be making adoptables again. But making you a character is a whole other thing. Like, because that's not the same thing. Although I probably will feel just as attached, but probably not as attached as if I designed it to give away rather than designing it for somebody. Because I think those are two different things. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. That's a fun thing. Most of the time I give artists pretty much freedom to do whatever they want because I want them to do it the way that they would want to, not be... it just depends, because like some adoptables I've gotten came with, like, free artwork. And other than, like, a pose or something, I mostly just told them to do whatever. There was one adoptable I got where, it had to do with one of those adoptable egg things. And, one of the things was that I was allowed to design, or to tell the artist how to design them, and the most I told the artist to do is just make the character thick. Like, that was it. Because like I noticed that the artist didn't draw a lot of thicker characters, and so I asked them to draw them thick. And they did, and they actually said that they do enjoy drawing thick characters, they just never get to. And so they were actually happy that I asked them to draw the characters thick. So that was fun. Yeah, let me show that character off real quick. Heavily expectant Marcy. With Skylar appearing from behind. Aw, that'd be cute. But yeah, let me show you the adopts that I can probably use for the Church of THICC. Let me find her. God, there's so many freaking characters in this list now. I definitely don't need any more. Where are you? Scrolling. Yeah, if you just see my mouse just floating downwards, that's just because there's a window up of whatever it is I'm looking at. Oh wait, am I even able to show her? She might be naked. Let me make sure she's not naked when I find her. Keep going. Really? I adopted that one? Yeah, I did. Keep going. Where are you? Did I pass you? Jesus. No. It's definitely not you. Is that one? Come on. Make you load. Ah, there she is. Hold on. Let me open this up and make a version of it that doesn't have the naked one on it. Yeah, let me just crop this. Crop. Luckily I can crop without having to do it on the art program I'm using. So yeah. Make a copy. Okay. So this is the character. And all I did was just ask the artist to make her thick. I assume that means Blake is your favorite? I don't speak Spanish, I'm sorry. But thank you for the follow, Dante. Yeah, I thought they did a really good job. I mean, I could toss censor bars over it. The problem is, I'm in the program. I mean, I guess I can always just, um, um, make the stream invisible and then throw it on. You know what? Yeah, I'll do that. So, hold on. Let me just delete this. So yeah, let me just turn off the stream for a moment. Or, not turn off the stream, but, hide the window. Where is it? Here we go, art. So let me just blank this for a moment. Open. So yeah, I'll just do that. Makes life a lot easier. Spanish equal ban? No. I'm not gonna ban you for speaking Spanish. But just know that I won't have a clue what you're talking about. And grab some sensor. I'm not gonna make it look all special. I'm just gonna put in sensors. And let me put this on another layer so that way I don't accidentally do anything wrong. Okay, so let me just turn this off. Alright. So here we go. So yeah, this was from a egg thing. Yeah, we don't banish the Spanish. But yeah, like, that's pretty much all I asked them to do is just make her thick. Give her, like, a pooch belly. And then they gave her, like, the dress. Like, everything else on the character they made. Like, they made the dress and stuff like that. Like, hold on, before I get back to work. I think I have it here. I'll show you the eggs that she came in, and that'll further explain what I meant. So, like, see this, like, down here, let me grab a red color. So, at the very bottom, this egg right here, this is all I had to go off of when I got the adoptable. So, that's why they said I could decide how the character looked and all that. And I just told them, do whatever, just make them look, like, chubby and, like, holy. Like, more like they're, like, a bit of, like, a priestess or something. And that was it. So, based off of, like, 2 things I said, they made this character. I don't hate Spanish, but all I can say is please don't say anything, rude or bad and all that, because I will attempt to translate whatever you're saying. So if you do end up saying something awful or whatever, then you might get banned. That's the only thing I can say. So, just be courteous. I don't usually have too much of a problem, but, just don't say, like, something racist or something like that. Like, there's, like, a degree of joking and stuff like that, but you know what I mean. Like, don't do something people wouldn't normally do. But yeah, so this is a character I'll probably... And, like, I can always use this character for, like, I don't know, maybe the Thibault blessings or something. I don't know. But, use her for something elegant in the future. Turn that off. Close this. So yeah, like, I don't have problems with different body types and stuff like that. It's like having fun with it. Okay, put a little bit of fuzz here. So yeah, I'll probably update rules and stuff like that just to be like, I don't want to ban people who speak in different languages. Just, have, have some common sense. So it's not a, it's basically it's not a problem until it becomes a problem. Yeah, it does kind of look like an angel. But yeah, exactly. All right, so Blake is pretty much good at this point, because like I can always draw like the cake and table in front of her, or whatever, after the fact. So let's just condense some of this down. What am I looking for? There we go. Canvas size. We're also just gonna crop probably this much. We don't need a whole lot. Yeah. Yeah, like we don't have to learn all the languages to acknowledge that we all like the THICC. You go to somebody speaking to you in another language, and they just make the gesture of big round. Then you're like, oh yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. And they could be talking about big titties, big belly, big booty, but all you know is it's about thick. Oh yes, Year of the Rabbit is definitely a fun time right now. I like that there's like years for each animal. I mean, obviously not all of them, but I like there's years for most of like the major animals, and then the dragon. Yes, we all gotta praise the thickable or the thibal. Keep saying the thickable, and I was like, wait a minute, it's supposed to be called thibal. Okay, so I think we're good on this. I don't need Blake here anymore. But I do need reference of her colors. And I need to remember whether or not, when I've used the flat color, if I gave her like an overall color. Luckily, she is... I did turn this back on, right? Okay, yeah. Luckily, she's not naked in any of these, so I'll just do this. Yeah, she didn't have anything special. Okay, so I just need you for the colors. Such a big contrast between this version of Blake and this one. Oh yeah, so save. Don't want to lose my shit. Damn, it's already been almost 2 hours. It's crazy. Got that. Her gigantic thighs. Which Blake do I like the most? My answer is yes. If I had to choose, like not like a cop-out answer, then obviously it would be Blake Sinclair. Just because there's a lot more going on with her compared to Dinewell. Nothing wrong with Dinewell at all. It's just the original Blake has a lot more context to go off of and work with, because there's just a lot. But other than that, they're both perfectly fine, and I love them both. Give Dinewell big snuggles. I'll take the butt of the rabbit goddess to enjoy. Exactly. Just have big thick booty. That's definitely something I want to do for the priest character. Just have like big thick thighs and butt to help ease his mind. He's like, I don't know, I feel like I'm going astray. And then that's when one of the nuns is like, here, let me ease your mind, and just big squish of butt and thighs. And just watch his worries melt away. That'd be cute. That'd be a fun thing to do. It's like it looks all crazy, but it's just super wholesome. And just praising the THICC. Honey, how much more do you want of me? Aren't I big enough? There's definitely a storyline for another character where it's like two people in a relationship, and one expresses that they would like to see the other one bigger. And at first, the other character is like, oh, a few extra pounds ain't gonna hurt. But then it just keeps going for like a long ass time. And then I don't know, maybe have like the character walking around in public for a bit, just to get the initial reactions. Oh, what am I doing? I was like, I have this open for colors that I need most of the time, and then I'm all looking at Blake going like, oh, I need these colors. I'm like, wait, these colors are on the same page. So got the eyes. I'll use this color. Oh yeah, I probably should put that line on her nose nowadays. Because initially her and Blake didn't have it. But then it changed over time. Oops, wrong button. Let me just turn this off so I can see. There we go. Burgers instead of crackers as the body of God. Of course. Or like whatever god that I have them praise, there'll be like some explanation for their choices of lifestyle. Like, let's just say, for example, they were going to praise Yorjadov or something. Although I think Yorjadov should be more tribal related than being like a holy teaching. But whoever they worship, like they can even make up their own god, whatever. They'll just like make up reasons behind their choices. And it'd be like, oh, the burger is, the bread is one thing, the meat is another. The cheese is another thing. Can start the storyline with one of the followers being like, priest whoever, like whatever I named the guy, because I haven't named him yet, It's like pre so and so. Like I have a terrible problem. It's like, what is it? What ails you, child? And it's like, I've lost 10 pounds. Like, and everyone gasps, and then have somebody faint in the back. And it's like, let us all help this lost soul. And then they just make like a banquet for her, or for them or something. see now, every time I stream now, I'm just giving more ideas, and I'm like, fuck, we need to just do this. I need to just make this damn comic already. I don't even care if it's like 20 pages. Let's just fucking do it. The confessional. The confessional's a drive-thru. You're making me want to do this for a weight gain drive. Like, fuck choosing. I just want to. Okay, if I make this a weight gain drive, I'm gonna make it clear on what this was going to be. Because I definitely want at least one comic where he's like, you know, struggling, and he gets, you know, squeezed between thighs and butt and belly, or whatever the case may be. But the idea of, like, you know, oh no, this person's lost weight or something, and they all chip in, just makes it sound stupid fun. And I want to do this now. This is all making me want to evaluate how I do things, just so I have time to work on ideas like this. It's really making me want to sit down and go like, okay, how can we make time for kink comics like this? Just sit down and have like a fucking graph chart. It's like, all right, where are we wasting time here? Time that we could be using for kinks or THICC or whatever the case may be. I think this is good. I think this is good that I'm having this discussion, because now it's making me want to really crack down on my time efficiency. Because now we're getting too many ideas, and I'm like, fuck, I need to do all of the things. I want to do everything. Okay, now I need your eyes. It's like, I need all of it. But yeah, I totally want to do a scene where someone says they lost weight and just have somebody faint in the background. It's like, say it isn't so, child. And, like, I don't know how, like, quickly I would want the character to actually gain weight, because it's supposed to be... Because that kind of instance is more supernatural than what it normally would. But it could always, like, make it so, like, you know, the food that they give or whatever is blessed, and thus causes the instant weight gain or something. Like, there are ways around it. Like, it's not like it's a narrative that I'm stuck contemplating. I can just make it happen if I fucking want it to. But now I'm just like, I want to do everything now. Church of THICC. What do you want? It's like, Church of THICC, what do you want? It's like, forgive me, Pastor, for I have slimmed. 20 Hail Mary nugget meal, next window. Pickles extra sauce. Oh, this is getting dumb and I love it. Hail Mary Supreme. I don't know. I'm just talking now. God damn it. This is all too good. God kind of top should we give her? Should we give her a pink one? She's already been seen in red enough times. Let's make her all cute. Music, what you doing? There you go. Yeah, that's fine. And I just gotta remember that she's gonna be wearing yoga. So, throwing some pink. I think pink and purple would work. Use this purple and then trip. So yeah, we're just gonna just have like a bunch of freaking weight loss puns. Could even make the Joker reference, just weight loss reference. Just have like one person say like, "Oh, what happened?" It's like, "Oh, someone called me and they said they want a weight loss comic." It's like, "Oh God." like shiver the thought. It's like, I know, it was awful. And then just have like, nuns, please tend to our hurt guest. And all the nuns are like just dummy thick. Let me turn this off. I want to fix this for a moment. There's all too many good ideas that we need to do. We need to do this ASAP. Right? And it's like based on the problem, there's like a different level of thick that they provide. It's like, oh, you're gonna need Sister Marie or something, or whatever the hell I name the characters. It's like, you're gonna need Sister so and so, and she's like, I don't know, just stupid big. Again, this is all just making me want to do this sooner than later. It's too many. It's too much good in this discussion, and I don't want to lose it. I don't want to not do this. So I will make efforts to make this happen. Hell, I'm even willing to change the first comic of Secrets to that, because Blake's was more of a special situation, but whatever. I mean, it's not like they need numbers. Fuck it. I'm just gonna remove numbers and only have the numbers be relevant to when I post them. Right? If I did do an art set, it would just be thick characters, and some of them would be non-canon to the church, because they wouldn't actually be there. But if I were going to pick the ones that are canon, that'd be a fun time. Like I said, too much of a good idea. We definitely gotta make this a thing. We definitely gotta do this now. Really? Was that the song already over? Yep. Alright, next. Scroll. Let's pick this one. But yes, after talking about it for this long now, we've been talking about the Thibel for practically a week now, and all this is doing is making me want to do it more. So I'm definitely gonna make this happen. I don't know when. No, I shouldn't even say I don't know when. I'm just gonna make it happen. I'm gonna sit down tonight or whenever I can. This week, though, it's definitely gonna. I'm definitely gonna work on making it happen. Start to happen this week. Even if it has to be in black and white, I don't give a shit. I'm gonna do it. I'll make the cover in color. I'll do the comic first and then the cover last, just so we can get the ball rolling. And I haven't done anything like that in forever. I really don't like this color. Let's make it lighter. That's better. Yeah, that's better. You know what? I think I'll try starting it with the weight gain drive. Just to get it out of my brain. But we're definitely going to do the comic. Whatever. I'll figure it out. It's either going to be a weight gain drive or a comic or both. In multiple scenarios. Or fuck it, it could even be like a... No, I should not do that. I was about to say make it its own comic series just called The Thible. And I'm like, no. God, no. That is a rabbit hole I do not need to put myself in. Oh yeah, I forgot to do her eyes. God damn it, I'm thinking about this way too fucking hard now. Can't wait to see it. Yes, that would be the temptation. That would be the temptation. Yeah, it's not the apple in the Garden of Eden that would tempt me. It's the thickness of... I don't know, let's just say Eve, for example. It's the thickness of Eve that would tempt me. I'd see Eve and be like, God damn. And then, like, the snake would be like, don't you want the apple? It's like, fuck the apple. Have you seen Eve? Holy shit. She is dummy thick. Ah, God. Ah, good lord. This is a path. God damn it. This is a path. That's all I can really say. I don't really need it to be that coordinated. Just mix up the colors. And I just realized I put fur on that. I'll have to change that. Let me fix that. Because if she's going to be wearing tights, then her fur is not going to be seen like that. Same thing on her butt. Or lower cheek. Hail Marys would just be a shake. Rich vanilla. And it's like, I know that your problem is serious, so I added in Oreo cookies or chocolate cookies. They're like, oh, thank you, Father. It's like an hour with Sister Cassandra may also help. And I don't know, because have like a nun who's just like a big hefty cow or something. I don't know. Whatever dives into the brain at that point. Shit, everybody be going to church at that point. Meanwhile, up in heaven, God is like, finally, somebody gets it. The irony of this is what sent us to hell for appreciating the thing. Like, nah, man, you don't get it. It's not the kind of world I want to live in if we can't appreciate THICC. I will spread the teachings. Seriously though, I really gotta reevaluate my time just so I can make this happen. This is the kind of pep talk I needed for this. The stream was a good idea. God damn it. You are like this. You are like this. Yeah, I'm just gonna give her weird colors for this. I'm gonna give her like the weird tannish. There we go. I'm gonna put texture on it to make it look more. Hello, Chaotic. We've been talking about thick nuns. I don't know if you're here for that. Thank you for the follow. But yes, we've been talking about thick nuns and milkshake Hail Marys and stuff in the Church of the THICC. We talked about the priest for it and stuff like that, and how he's like, "Oh no, my mind is astray," and the nuns help him out by squishing him with their big thighs and ass, you know. Just a lot transpired in the last 2 hours. This is all we've been talking about for 2 fucking hours. Good lord. I wouldn't have it any other way, but goddamn, I did not realize we would take it that fucking far. Let's try 50 and then we'll adjust it. the fiery depths of the gym. Yeah, the gym is a fucking punishment. It's like, all right, we've addressed your crimes, and I think we've come with an appropriate punishment. You must spend your days at the gym until you've lost 20 pounds. And then, like, the entire crowd just gasps. And then one person just says, like, just kill him already, damn it. And they have like their own gym, so that way they don't have to go anywhere crazy. But like, they just drag the person away, and the person's like, no, I swear I'll be better. And then one person's like, poor bastard. Oh, god damn. Like, no, just kill me. Actually, let's make this like that, so that way when I put these two together, then the person comes back all skinny. And it's like, what happened to you? And it's like I sinned. And like they'll have to work their way back up to their original size, or to where they were. There's too much content to work with, and I want to choose it all. Let's see if I can do this. Like, no, just kill me. Let's put you two in a folder. So that way I can do this. Aha. There we go. I think 50% for this will be fine, but let's lower this a bit. So what's 30 look like? 30 is fine. I don't even know why we put her in yoga pants. She's gonna be sitting down eating cake. What was the point of this? I did all this for no reason. Whatever, fuck it. Eating cake is hard work. Take it to Satan's sweatbox. Yeah, they have a fucking sauna for weight loss. But then again, they can always have like a sauna for the bigger characters too. But like, they're not intentionally losing weight, they're just there to relax. But can also use like a specific one as a punishment. So yeah, like the big ones are just for relaxing, but the small ones are for punishment. Because it's solely to make you lose weight. Ah, god damn it. This is the mental gymnastics that we're going through for this. Okay, I don't need this Blake anymore. Don't need this anymore. Yeah, right. It's like they're just gonna name like a bunch of gym related shit, but it's all like sounds horrible or terrifying or something. The weights of the unwilling or some shit. I don't know. The treadmill of treachery. It's like, this is my life now. I'm just gonna be talking about a fat church for streams. And that's perfectly fine. I have no qualms about that. It's like, you know what? That's perfectly fine. The problem is, I want this to happen in real life. I want there to be a church that's exactly the way we're describing it in real life. With big thick nuns. We need this. We need this in our lives. I actually don't like that. Let's mainly make it rounder. Make it more round base. There we go. That's better. Would be so like if that existed in real life, I bet you anything a lot more people would be going to church. It's like that, and like one that just has to do with like big titties and shit like that. Like all the air quotes taboo shit would be the stuff that people would definitely go to church for. As long as it doesn't involve like actually hurting people and shit like that, then they're perfectly fine. But if it involves like, being racist and shit like that, it's like, fuck that. It's like, look, just take me to a THICC church. Fucking solves marital problems. Worship the THICC every Sunday. God, imagine if I did that every Sunday. There'd just be like a passage from the THICC church. Like nothing crazy, but just like some type of weird speech or something by the priest. And it just has like the THICC nuns in the back or some shit. I don't know. I'm just throwing out thoughts now. I'm not even really thinking. I'm just like, this is such a good idea. Let's just keep talking. It's literally like the Dane Cook joke, where he's talking about all this like crazy sex stuff, but then he starts talking about a giant pterodactyl woman and how fucking her in the air would be amazing, and then he's just sitting there thinking. It's like, it's not even about masturbating or whatever the hell he was talking about anymore. It's just sitting there thinking about an amazing thing that'll never happen in reality. But it sounds so fucking awesome that you don't want to not think about it. Yeah, baptism is just having a big chubby girl sit on your face and just get drenched in butt sweat. Or just sweat in general. Good lord, what are we talking about anymore? And there's so many other angles you could go about that too. Like, you don't even have to make it just one thing. You could just have like different ideas. It's like, this is one of the advanced churches. It's like, what does it even mean? Right? It just doesn't end because we could just keep throwing in shit or adjusting things or whatever. Over 2 hours of this. That's what I'm gonna call the stream when I post it on YouTube. I'm just gonna call it the Church of the THICC or whatever, Church of the Thible. It's just gonna be 2 hours of this. Oh god. shitty. Oh, good lord. Could even give, like, a scenario where one of the nuns is in a bit of a crisis. Now she doesn't think she's thick enough for the church. But then the priest is, like, looking at her going, like, she's thicker than a bowl of oatmeal. I don't know what the hell she's talking about. And then she's like, please, Father, will you please examine me? And he's like, of course, sister. And she's just like, dummy thing. Like, there's, like, literally no goddamn flaws. Could she be bigger? Sure, but, like, that's aside from the point. And he's just, like, sitting there sweating, going, like, I don't see anything wrong with her. What is she worried about? And he, like, tries to figure that out as she's, like, you know, just flaunting it all in front of him. He's like, Lord, give me strength. Just trying to solve her problem. And then he probably just, like, makes something up just to give her ease of mind. But, like, that's, like, you know, however long they spent together after that point. And then he's like, there's nothing wrong. Let me just tell her something just so she can stop worrying. I don't know, maybe, like, the problem was, like, she lost, like, a pound or some shit. Just make up a problem for her and then just go with it. Again, this is a good idea. I definitely need to get this ball rolling. If this is what gets me to start working on secrets sooner than later, then so be it. I will gladly make this the first comic. The question is like, which story would I even choose to start it off with? Because I definitely don't want it to be huge, like a big comic. Or, you know what? What's stopping me from just doing multiple? Like, part of me wants it to make it its own thing. Like, it'll still be part of, like I Had Secrets, but just call it, like, Tales of the Thibault or some shit, or Church of the Thibault. So, like, anytime Church of the Thibault comes up, it's like, oh, shit. Gotta get my stories in. Wife is like, honey, like, come to bed. It's like, not now, I'm going to church. Oh, God. I have way too many ideas in my head now. Not enough time in the universe. Not nearly enough time in the universe to address everything. I need to discover immortality. I don't know how. I don't know what kind of black magic I would have to attempt to make it happen. But I want to live forever just so I can draw everything. Hell, I'll end up on another planet and I'll have to reinvent paper just so I can fucking draw. Right? Just print out all of the teachings of the THICC and all, like, my thick characters and put them into this gigantic book and just call it the THICC. Give it, like, a fancy cover and everything. Tales of the THICC, readings of the THICC. Or readings from the THICC.
And like the characters should literally have a Bible, like they just made up. They just made their own Bible and it's called the Bible. And that's what they preach and shit like that. They should literally just have a copy of that for everyone to enjoy. Have somebody like outside of it just read it. It's like, this is utter nonsense, and all they're talking about is just being around bigger women and bigger people. And then have another person's like, isn't it great? And the person's just utterly confused, going like, what the fuck? This can't be right. And then they go to the church and they see the light. They're like, oh my god, I understand now. Either they're a virgin because they're thin, or they're a virgin because they haven't experienced the THICC yet. Like, they've had sex and stuff like that, but they just haven't experienced THICC. And so that's when they go and they were like, oh my god, I understand now. Or it could even have a storyline where it's like about a couple, but have like whatever character is going to be the THICC one, have them be the one that's actually into the teachings of the Bible, but they're like thin for the moment, and they're trying to tell their partner that that's what they believe in, but their partner just doesn't get it. And then, you know, go through the practices of all that, and then at the very end, when the character is much thicker and stuff like that, have the significant other be like, oh my god, I understand now. How can I have been so blind? See, we came up with like, what, 6 stories out of this shit? Out of 2 hours? We probably could have came up with more than that, but we've been like, you know, diving deep into each one contextually. Oh, I'm glad you like my fat characters. But yeah, it's just like there's and you gotta remember, this is just talking about thick and like partially weight gain and partially fat and all that. Like, we haven't even like super deep dived into each of those individually, because like weight gain is its own thing, you know. Like having a character who's naturally fat, like big beautiful women and all that, that's like its own thing. Church of the THICC is its own thing, because, you know, this is talking about teachings and shit, and like actually having like a religion around that kind of thing. We're just talking about subcategories. We're not even talking about like the whole thing as a whole. That's how many fucking ideas you can get out of one subject. If I were to go on and talk about, like, I don't know, dragon women, or people who get transformed into like some other type of creature or something, or fucking robots, like, there's so much more I can do with all of this. And I'm literally like, man, it would be really nice if I could fucking clone myself right now, so I could just do every idea ever. Like, all of this is just a personal fucking playground. Oh yeah, when I was drawing each page of Marcy. Yeah, that was back when I was doing fucking black and white pages. David and the BBW. Yeah, it's just this big giant, like, it's just like a character named David, and then his challenge is trying to hook up with this big giant woman, which I kind of have a story like that. It had to do with blind date, and the guy like goes to, you know, try to hook up with somebody, and it's just this giant woman who's like, I don't know, a whale or a dragon, whatever, but she's just huge and thick. And he's just like, Jesus. And like, she's more self-conscious that she, you know, that she's like too big and stuff like that, but he is totally loving it. And so it's not until like later that she finds out that he's super into it and that there's nothing that she needs to change. So yeah, it's just like, god damn it, there's too many ideas for this. There's too many ideas. Yeah, see, this is my problem. there's too many things I want to do, not enough of me or time, or I don't know. It's like I that's why I need to work on my output, because I want to do all of these ideas now, but I don't want to sacrifice quality, because that's my other issue. I want to do all these things, but I don't want to sacrifice quality. Like, I'm willing to go to like black and white the way I did bad ending and secrets. Like, I'm willing to do that much, sure, but not just like throw it out there for the sake of throwing it out there. Like, I don't want to go to just like draw the line art and that's it. So I'm like really amped to figure out how to get myself faster and efficient at drawing while retaining the current style, or if improving my current style, and then doing all this. Like, this is going to be a thing now. Like, I am super inspired and amped to do this. And of course, just like I had of you know, being awake and coming to inspire me to do something because I couldn't read Hetty anymore. Now I have talking about a Church of THICC for 2.5 hours making me want to improve in drawing just so I can draw this. The chain of events that lead me to glory are great. Like, I will... we're totally gonna do this. Right? It was fate. Fate led me here. Okay, so got all that. Now I need to work on shading. It's like, technically, I would end the stream at like 3 hours. I mean, I can go as long as I want, really. But I definitely don't want to stop anytime soon, because I'm having too much fun talking about this topic right now. Maybe when it starts to well, I mean, I'll probably stop when I finish this drawing, or at least this part of the drawing, because I can do the cake and all that later. But this conversation has definitely got the gears running, and now I just want to figure out my like. Now my mental thoughts is just, hey, figure your shit out. We gotta draw this. And I'm like, you're damn right we do. Whatever's making you slow, you fucking solve that shit right now. We got a church to promote. We got a Bible to illustrate. There are troubled people who need the teachings of the Bible. Oh, God damn it. This was too much fun. 2.5 hours of this, and I'm still thinking about it. But yeah, like I said, there's so much, there's like near infinite, or pretty much infinite storylines that you can do with this. Some of which doesn't even have to do with like the Bible stuff. It could just be like its own thing, but still, like, all it takes is just, you know, a will. Literally the saying, if there's a will, there's a way. So now I just definitely want to do this. It's probably going to be stuff I'm thinking about when I'm working on the other Patreon stuff, like the Fat Lovers Club artwork. And I gotta do the Ask the Cast stuff too. Those stuff are pretty simple, like, it doesn't really take long, it just depends on the question. But I definitely want to crank those out now. So that way I can work on other things. Because there's still the cream-filled set that I'm working on, because Strawberry's next. I just gotta think of a good way to do what her gimmick is. Probably just have her stepping on somebody. I stepped away for a spell. What did I miss? Just more talk about the Thibault and, you know, all the story potential I have from just one subject, like, and how like I can go from pretty much any subject, whether it be about dragon women, robots, or even weight loss comics I can do and all that. But like that's how much my mind just keeps going with whatever idea. And we've just been talking about one particular subject this entire fucking time, and how I can just keep going. And now I want to actively push myself to get better, just so I can make all this shit happen. It's like, all right, whatever nonsense that's keeping me from cranking out artwork faster while still retaining quality, figure it out, because we got some shit we want to draw. It's like, bitch, like whatever your problem is, you better figure that out now, because I am super hyped. I want to do all this. Anyway, hi. Hi, welcome to the stream where we talked about the thickness for 2.5 hours. Probably guaranteed Viro's death from all the hard work, but it will not be in vain. Nah, man, it'll keep me alive. I got too many things I want to do to die. I can die on my own time. Hell, my characters alone are a reason for me to keep going. It's like, bitch, die on your own time. I'm like, alright. It's like, get sick on your own time. Whatever goddamn trade-off I need to do for immortality or whatever. If it's reasonable enough, then fucking let's do it. Whatever I have to find. I'll find a fountain of youth. Fuck it. It's like, I found it. It's this woman's thighs. And they secrete a elixir that will keep you alive. But it'll only work if she remains thick. Oh my god, imagine if I made that a fucking storyline. Where people just drink from a fucking thick woman's fat ass. I don't know. I'm just talking now. At this point, I'm just talking. I have a religion to spread. It's not even a religion. It's the idea behind it. You can make a religion out of anything, but you gotta actually have the inspiration and the ideals behind it. You can't just say that you want to do it or say that you're part of it. You gotta actually believe in yourself, and you don't have to like go crazy hardcore. Like, don't do what some people do, where they hurt people and kill and whatever, or sacrifice animals. No. You don't have to do all that. You just gotta have to truly believe that this is the thing that you want to believe in. Because there's a difference between like practicing certain things and actually feeling included. It's kind of like when people think that they have to be in communities for fandoms and stuff like that in order to enjoy something. It's like, no. You don't have to submit to a fandom in order to enjoy it. You just have to actually like the thing that you like. And if there's flaws, you have to accept the flaws and stuff like that. If there's a problem with it, you gotta accept that too. Don't just blindly like it just because it's a thing that you've enjoyed. You have to take the good and the bad, and you gotta acknowledge it, and you gotta work on making it better. The god we worship, they nailed her to a cross. She's too chubby to stay on it. Nah, man, they didn't even bother putting her on a cross. They just wrapped her in roses. And they're all wrapped around her thick curves. So anyway, that's what we've been blathering about for the last hour and a half, or 2 hours and a half, and 30 minutes, or 38 minutes according to this. Yeah, like, because like a lot of people take fandoms too far, and there's always like those like videos or even like posts of people like, oh my god, X fandom is the worst fandom, which is ironic because there is a series called X, but like it would just be like people are like, oh my god, this fandom is the worst, and it's like, guys, this isn't every fandom. There's always a group of people who do stupid shit or will cause trouble that the majority do not like or do not accept, and don't want it to be the norm. And you'll always have people going like, I don't know if I can be in this fandom anymore. And it's like, you don't have to be in a fandom to enjoy something. You can completely ignore the fandom and just enjoy what you like. Yes, you may have less people to discuss it with, depending on where you go. But if you have people in real life to talk to, then there's that. And then it just boils down to like, don't force yourself to leave something you love, or don't force yourself to accept toxic people in order to stay included, in order to enjoy something. Like, do it on your own terms. Don't just do it so you have somewhere to belong or whatever. Because ultimately you don't really need that. You just need to enjoy something, and if you want people to talk to, you can find those people. But don't make those things like the sole reason why you can enjoy something, or the sole reason why it makes you leave. Because there are some people who just straight up drop something they love just because certain things happen, or certain bad things happen. Like, you'll have people who are like amazing artists, but then suddenly don't want to do art because, I don't know, let's just say they drew a character from a TV series with a different body type, and then you have people who like that show or series or whatever suddenly jump on that person like, oh my god, I can't believe you drew them this way. And then that just makes the artist not want to either draw the characters anymore or draw in general. And it's really, really, really dumb. Yeah. And then, and also, like, don't trap yourself in an echo chamber. Be able to accept criticism of something. Like, if somebody doesn't like something and they explain why, don't just, completely bash on their thoughts and stuff like that. Be able to, like, sit there and listen. And if it's something you don't agree with, then, just express it in a way that's not toxic. But, let the other person also be able to accept your answer. Like, it doesn't have to be everybody's thinking the same thing and that's it. You got to be able to express yourself, but don't let, your expression or another person's expression ruin your enjoyment of something, or force you to try to think a different way, or, just be able to agree to disagree. You don't have to like everything, but you don't have to hate everything either. And definitely, like, not everything's a fucking hug box. Like, that's also a dumb thing to assume, where everything has to be family friendly and super supportive and super kitty and shit like that. Like, you don't have to fall into that either. Just, enjoy the thing you want to enjoy without outside forces ruining it. And if you choose to include outside forces, try to be limited on that, so that way you're not pushing yourself into a rabbit hole that you don't need to be in the first place. But if you choose to be in those situations, at least acknowledge that that was your choice, and not like blame it on like the fandoms or the series itself or whatever. You have to acknowledge that this was the choice you made, and you can choose to stay there or leave on your own accord, but still enjoy what you enjoy. I am probably saying way too much dumb shit, but that's just my thoughts on the matter. Because I've been able to enjoy pretty much everything that I like without dumb things ruining it. Like, of course, I'll always hear about stuff, because, it's the internet. I'm bound to hear something about something I like having something stupid happen. But I don't take it as far as, like, trying to start flame wars with people or trying to talk shit on people and stuff like that. I'll just be like, yeah, that was pretty stupid, and then move on. Like, my favorite series is Sonic the Hedgehog. There is so much bullshit that happens in that series. Whether it be fans or the companies that make the game, or even people who have worked on content for the series, like comics and shit like that. There is so much shit that has gone on with Sonic that is amazing that Sonic has been trucking along as long as he has. You'd think the Nintendo series IPs would have just as much, if not more, content than Sonic the Hedgehog, but Sonic the Hedgehog has like an unbelievable amount of content, which is even more impressive because Sonic the Hedgehog is a lot more popular in the West than it is in Japan and all that. And they've been doing so much shit to try to keep Sonic relevant. And there's been a lot, and it's always been like 2 hits and a miss, or 2 hits and an okay with their content. When it comes to like the games and stuff like that. So that's the fandom that I'm or not even fandom, but that's like the series that I'm centered around, and the stuff generated from that is just like, how are we alive at this point in time? So that's how I've been dealing with stuff like that. So once you are super deep in a series like Sonic, every other fandom is pretty much like whatever to you. You'll just shrug it off and be like, yeah, that was kind of dumb, and then move on, because eventually something great will come later, or you can always go back to the good shit. Tunes for silent. Oh yeah, the Bowsette thing was fucking funny, because when that became a thing, Nintendo's stock actually went up for a little bit because Bowsette was so fucking popular. And all Nintendo really had to do was just capitalize on it, which they didn't, but they did show that they had a concept for a Bowsette-like character when they were making Mario Odyssey. And everyone was just like, guys, just fucking capitalize on it, just do it. Obviously, they probably wouldn't be able to make a design that's too similar to, the Bowsette that was used in the internet meme and comic and all that. But they could easily make like a hot, sexy, evil Bowser princess. Like, come on. And just make her a bitch. Like, they could easily do this. There's nothing stopping Nintendo from doing it. Hell, Nintendo is like partially the reason why there are hot characters in general. Like, that's the other part that always gets me. Companies will always make like hot, sexy characters, but then pretend that they don't make hot, sexy characters, like Disney. Yeah, like, they're so fucking afraid of doing things like they did with the Paper Mario series. Like, I think it was up to Thousand Year Door, where Paper Mario series was much more free in the characters that they had and all that. But then, after a certain point, Nintendo just got super tight-leashed on what characters could show up in Mario series now. And so, they just don't give them that freedom anymore. It might have been because of Mario Galaxy that was the case, because I know that that in that game, Rosalina is hinted to be an alternate version of Luigi's daughter, but it's like hidden information. Like you have to go out of your way to get that information in the game. Like it's in the game though, so it's not like you got to go outside of it or anything like that. But like Mario's creator Shigeru Miyamoto didn't like that, and so ever since then it's just been like more tight leashed on lore with Mario characters. Raving Rabbids. Well, that's more of a collab thing though. So that's like both Ubisoft and Nintendo. I think it's Ubisoft if I remember right, because that's like the Rayman series and all that. Which wasn't Rayman supposed to be playable in that game? Like for some reason I haven't seen shit on him, but maybe I missed it. Okay, I think we're good now. But yeah, like the Rabbids series has so many like random ass characters. That's why people are enjoying that. And it's basically the same thing that the Paper Mario series had before they got tight leashed about it. So yeah, like just have more freedom in character designs and stuff like that. And like make Mario's lore more interesting than just, well, the princess is kidnapped for the umpteenth time. Which there's nothing wrong with that. You just, there's ways to make it spiced up and interesting. Yeah, like for a while I was kind of annoyed of Rabbids just because they basically, because I'm not gonna say they were the new Minions because they were around before Minions, which is something else that's pretty funny. It's like people think it's the other way around. But the only part that irks me about the Rabbids is that they like took Rayman's spotlight because that's where they're from. And and Rayman did get like a new game not too long ago, like not too many years ago. But still, it's like, man, really wish there was more Rayman though. Even if you have to like team Rayman up with a rabbit or something, like just put more out there. Like there are a lot of characters that don't get the love that they deserve, that people enjoy since the 90s. Like hell, even Crystal from Star Fox, she was supposed to have her own game before it became a Star Fox game because they figured putting Star Fox in the title would, or not the title, but it's like making it more Star Fox related would help it sell. Which they probably weren't wrong, but they didn't even give the Dinosaur Planet a chance. Like they could have made it Dinosaur Planet first, and then crossed it over with Star Fox, and then that could have been like its own thing. But they didn't even give it a chance. And granted, money is always going to be an issue, so there's that too. But it'll always be interesting to think about the path not taken. But yeah, like F-Zero hasn't gotten any love in a long time. Star Fox did get love, but then they messed it up by adding in mechanics nobody wanted for a Star Fox game. It's like, dude, we just want to play fucking Star Fox. Stop throwing in shit we don't need. And that's like another problem with a lot of properties and games and TV shows, is where there's a big following and fandom for something, but then people or higher ups get the smart ideas like, oh, what we should really do? We should subvert expectations and do something else that nobody was asking for. Sometimes it can make the thing better. A lot of the times it doesn't. And it's just like, guys, can we just have this thing that we wanted, that we've been asking for, and not throw in shit we don't want? Or doesn't make any sense to make it into a series? Oh, you're talking about Starlink, I think it was called. I literally bought that game solely because Star Fox was in it. And that there was extra content for Star Fox. and I think Starwolf. I think Starwolf was like a rival character you could fight. Like, I bought that game solely for that reason, because it was Star Fox and it played like almost a normal Star Fox game because it wasn't like putting in too many mechanics you didn't need. It was just roam around and shoot people. Yeah, and the amiibos were sick. I bought it for the Star Fox version for the amiibo because it came with an R-wing that you could put freaking weapons and shit on. It was really cool. And I'm just like, yeah, more of this, but just with Star Fox. Like, you don't even need to have amiibos that, you know, have weapon changes or anything like that. Like, that can just, you know, have, like, special content or something. Or, like, if you have, like, let's just say Falco's R-Wing amiibo, Falco's faster or something. Like, whatever. Like, you don't have to get super complicated with it, but just, like, you know, give the people what they want. That's, like, a lot of the times companies or sometimes even developers think that they know more than the fandom, but it's like, guys, the fandom is literally what's keeping you afloat. You don't have to do everything we're asking, but at least fucking pay attention. Like, it's not that hard of a thing to figure out. Like, the Sonic the Hedgehog games, what do we want? We want Sonic and his friends. There have been a ton of Sonic games that just have his friends there, but you don't get to do anything with his friends. And then even when you do get to do something with his friends, a lot of the time they just make them really fucking generic for some fucking reason. And it's like, oh yes, Tails, somehow a coward. Don't know why. Or they made Tails super machine focused. And it's like, guys, Tails can do a lot more than just make traps and robots. Like, if you watched Sonic Prime, the very first episode, you see Tails jumping in the fight, but then all he's doing is using a remote control to have, like, a hoverbot shoot lasers. And that's it. That's all Tails does. And I'm sitting there going, like, why is Tails not doing anything else? He can multitask. Yeah, and then the comic characters was like, that's like its own fucking rabbit hole. Because the Archie ones, there's a list of characters that can't be used because of He Who Shall Not Be Named. But then when you get there are some characters that can be used, and Sega's being really iffy about bringing in comic characters into the games, even though they own those characters, like Whisper and Tangle. It's like, guys, you already put them in the freaking mobile game. Put them in the main games. People love these characters. Fucking use them. Why is this a challenge? If these games were made by Sonic fans, you know goddamn well there would be so many goddamn references and characters at this point that literally every character could have their own side quest or their own game at this point. Like, we would have already had like 6 Tails games. We only got like 2 or 3. I think we only have like 2. And I'm like, why is this a thing? Why are we not like 6 games in for Tails and Knuckles at this point? Hell, Rouge the Bat could have her own game where she's just doing espionage and shit, which she is supposed to do, and we don't have any of that. She's supposed to be a fucking jewel thief, and we don't even see her do any of that. They just say she does it. So much potential that we don't have right now. Yeah, Sally and Nicole, definitely. Like, you could easily put Nicole in for, like, Sonic's side of the team, whereas Dr. Robotnik has Sage. There you go. Nicole and Sage would be, like, pen pals. They just email each other. Like, neither of the sides know about that. Like Sonic's group doesn't know that they're doing that. Robotnik's group doesn't know. And you could just have them having, like, their own little secret pen pal thing. And it has nothing to do with the game. It could be like its own side content. Like, oh, here's like a little lore log where it's just Sage talking to Nicole. And they're just talking about whatever. Like, that would be great. And Nicole is a character Sega can use. They own her. They own that character. So it's just like, good lord, people. Why is this a challenge? This should have been like fucking 10s the entire time. I just don't get it. I feel like certain properties in stories and series are being controlled by, I mean, it's not even a feeling, it's pretty much a fact, but like the people who are in charge don't know what they have. They just know, oh, this is a popular property, and that is it. That is the extent of their mental capacity. They just can't fathom what they have, because they either don't actually know what they have because they don't actually consume the content or even brush up on the content. They just know they own it. Or they saw like the surface level stuff and then just assume that's what people will want, and that's it. They just go like, oh, Sonic runs fast, that's it. That's the game. Don't have to worry about, level design or anything else. Just make the blue fuzzball go fast. Done. Just so much missed potential, and I don't get it. I don't understand why people can be this bad with something that I don't understand why they can be bad with something they created. That's like if I took fucking iHat and took Marcy and Skylar, instead of focusing on the weight gain, which got them to where they are, I suddenly turn Marcy into a dragon, and then Skylar gets a robot arm, and then they go fight space aliens for no fucking reason. Has nothing to do with anything that they're there for. Because, obviously they can do more than that. They can, focus on character development, like families and stuff like that. Sure. But if I were to do something so outlandish as that would make no sense. That would literally push people away. Of course you're going to have some people who like the changes and stuff like that, but the majority is going to be like, yo, what the hell is going on? It just boggles the mind. But I think Frontiers is definitely a good step in the direction that people want, but there's still so much more that needs to be worked on and adjusted. At least with the games. With the comics, everything's fine. The IDW comics have been great. Speaking of which, I need to brush up and find out. I need to figure out when my comic's showing up, because it's been a long ass time. Because I ordered it, and I still haven't gotten it. I mean, I know there's supposed to be, issues with shipping and all that because of COVID or whatever. But, I don't know, might be something I might want to call them and be like, hey, did this order go through? Because I know they took money, so... Yeah, Sage is very interesting in terms of what they made her for, because they gave somebody for Robotnik to care about, even if it was for a very short time, because we don't know exactly how long he was stuck in cyberspace exactly, but long enough for him to be he cares about her. So I know some people were kind of angry that they killed this character, and then stuff happens, and that means the character's probably going to come back or whatever. But I think it was good that they at least shown that they're not going to abandon the character immediately. Hopefully it doesn't suffer the Shadow the Hedgehog problem, where Shadow was initially made to die as based on his storyline, and then they brought him back because he's a popular character, and now he's just in games for the sake of it. Because the problem with Shadow is that he already did his character, his main arcs. He's done. And they try to tie him in with some things here and there, like when they made the Shadow the Hedgehog game, where it's oh, you're actually a space clone thing, or we made you for this reason because so-and-so made this deal with this space god, or space devil guy. And it's just it was just unnecessary information that didn't really help Shadow at all. And then changing some of the backstory a bit was oh, so-and-so was suffering from this illness, and that's why Shadow was made, so we could, prevent death. And I was like, wait. And then there's the whole notion about there's just like a lot of information that doesn't seem to line up very well once you start thinking about it. And it could not have just been, here's Shadow, he was genetically engineered, why he's a hedgehog, who cares? Stuck in a capsule for 50 years. I don't know why they said that Shadow's immortal when all they did was stick him in a capsule and he was frozen for 50 years. That doesn't mean he's immortal, it just means he was frozen for 50 years. And then in Sonic X, they gave him the ability of, if he takes off the gold rings off his cuffs, they give him a power-up when they were never gold rings, they were just straps for his gloves. So I don't know why the hell that came up. Because that got put into Sonic 06. So they just threw in Shadow for the sake of it because he's a popular character. He has nothing to do. And it's kind of what happened with Rouge. Rouge pretty much has nothing really to do outside of the comics. Because it's like they say she's a spy, they say she's like working for the government, whatever. But then you never see anything of importance in that statement. They just say she does it, but you don't see anything from it. At least in Sonic Adventure 2, you saw her doing some reconnaissance and some sneaking around and stuff like that, and actually trying to get information. But in later games, she doesn't do anything. It's like, she's the big titty Batgirl that everybody loves, gotta put her in the game. And to me, when I first saw Rouge, I just thought of her as, here's the game's version of Bunny Rabbit. Because Bunny Rabbit was already the sex appeal character to me. So seeing Rouge was just like, okay, cool, they got their own version. Let's see. Keep forgetting how awesome Blaze got screwed over so hard in 06. Not only is she like the best playable character in the entire game because of her movement and her abilities and all that, but then she gets screwed over by her own storyline where she's supposed to be from an alternate dimension, but then they say she's from the future, but then they throw her back into like another timeline or another dimension or some shit. But then they try to retcon some of that in not Sonic Rush, what was it called? Was it Sonic? No, not Sonic Dash. God damn, this is gonna get me. What was the name of that game? Sonic Rivals. There we go. They try to screw her over in Sonic Rivals by changing her storyline with that. And it's just like, guys, it was very simple. She's from another timeline. She's basically Sonic and Knuckles put together, is a woman, and has fire powers. That is it. That's literally all she was. And they tried to make that stupidly complicated. She's literally Sonic and Knuckles put together. Hell, you can even go the extra mile and say she's part Sally because she's a princess. But God, they try. It's not even like they're trying too hard. It's like they're overdoing it. It's not even about trying. It's just about they don't know what their fans like necessarily. And it could also be the issue that in Japan, Sonic is not as big as a character as he is in the West. That could probably be the biggest problem, is that they don't know what their fans like because they're not focused on the West in terms of paying attention of all the cool shit that the characters do and have. You learn more about her today than I ever. Exactly, and that's the problem. The fact that if you were to play the games or something and you didn't have this information, or at the very least had some notion of this, like obviously I don't expect you to remember everything, but the fact that that's a problem already is another point to that. Obscure deep lore. Some of it shouldn't even be obscure. That's the sad part. It's like stuff that's directly told to you, but then the games keep fucking it up. That's why Tails in Sonic Frontiers specifically says that he's been very inconsistent, or very or annoyingly inconsistent, or something like that. I forget what he says, but he definitely says he's inconsistent because he goes from like being able to fight off like witches and shit like that to saving Station Square from a missile or fighting Dr. Robotnik on the Ark. He goes from all of that to here comes Chaos in Sonic Forces. I'm going to cower and call for Sonic even though Sonic's not here, which makes no sense because Tails has beaten Chaos with 4 Chaos Emeralds. He's beaten Chaos 4. He fought a powered up version of Chaos, and then suddenly a clone of Chaos who's not even that powerful because apparently all the fucking clones disappear in an instant. Tails can't deal with. For some dumbass reason, they make Tails fucking worthless. That's just showing that the people behind those games aren't paying attention to the stuff they make. They don't backtrack on any information that they've addressed of the characters. They don't, develop the characters in a way that makes sense. It's just, what the hell? Clearly I like Sonic. Sonic the Hedgehog series. But yeah, that's what has pissed me off about the Sonic series, is because there's so much that they've built and they don't know how to handle it. And that's why I like Sonic Frontiers so far, because it looks like they're actively trying to make it work. Like, from what I remember, they're actually going to hire a lore master to keep track of this shit. So that way they don't fuck up as hard as they have been. And Frontiers is a very good start to it. The fact that Frontiers talks about Tangle and Styx is already a plus, because that means Styx is not stuck in the Boom universe, and that Tangle, who is from the comics, is considered canon to that universe. I don't know if it's the same for the Japanese version of Frontiers, because I don't know if the dialogue and story is written the same. But if it is, that's a good thing, because now they have stuff to work with. Right? Because, like, as far as the lore goes for the comics and games right now, it's basically all of the games, including Spinball, which Spinball does have the Freedom Fighters in it, so that's a notable thing to think about. All the games and the IDW comics are considered canon, but then they can cherry pick some stuff from the Archie comics to consider canon, because there's some stuff in the Archie stuff that they do own. So it's just a matter of what can they pull from it to move over. And it's going to be a challenge, because the writer Ian Flynn, he has said that when it comes to some lore bits of Sonic, everything is canon until they say it isn't. That's basically how it goes. It's like it's canon until they say it isn't. But so far, the comics are supposed to be tied to the current games. At least the IDW ones. But yeah, like, the only downside to IDW comics is that they start from Sonic Frontiers. And Frontiers is not a good baseline for storytelling. But they kind of moved away from that already, so it is what it is. And then the issues that Frontiers has is just the whole story being shit. Because, like, Sonic... Okay, like, the whole premise of Frontiers is, like, Sonic tries to fight Robotnik. Robotnik somehow started a goddamn war. They didn't really explain how he got that far, other than maybe getting the Phantom Ruby. But even then, it's like, for Sonic and them to wait that long for shit to get that bad makes no sense. But whatever. So Sonic gets defeated. Then he's captured by Robotnik. And according to everybody else in the game, and I think in the comics, they were like, "Oh, Sonic was tortured," because I think it was like the developers were trying to say like, "Oh, Sonic went through a bunch of shit and all that, like he got tortured while he was captured by Robotnik," but then Sonic just breaks out easily, and he treats it as if nothing bad happened. Like he makes it sound like it was a fucking vacation. So already the storyline for that game makes no goddamn sense because it's very inconsistent. And they even tried to like make a comic to try to tie in some of the events and stuff like that, which again, that doesn't tie in very well because they tried to make it seem like Infinite and Shadow had beef, but if you play the original game before they got the DLC and shit like that, there was no indication that Infinite even gave a shit about Shadow. Like, he sees Shadow and he's just like, whatever. And then they had to, like, toss that in just so it looked like there was something going on. And then that part didn't make sense. Because even in the game itself, it seemed like Infinite was, like, genetically engineered because there was, like, more Phantom Rubies and other floating capsules and stuff that Infinite came from to indicate that he was, like, created. But then in the DLC and I think the comics, they made it seem like Infinite volunteered to be experimented on or volunteered to get powered up and all that shit. Like, he was just like a normal guy, so none of that made fucking sense. So yeah, Sonic Frontiers is definitely not a good storyline to be jumping off from. But the comics made it work somehow. Hello, Frost. So yeah, we spent an hour and a half, two and a half hours talking about THICC, and now for about a half an hour to 45 minutes, I've been talking about Sonic lore and Sonic nonsense, in other like instances where businesses could easily capitalize off of their IPs, but they keep making dumbass decisions, which it seems like the fans and even their own developers, to a degree, can make better decisions than what they're given. And then obviously, you know, a budget is another problem. It's like, oh, we don't have enough money to make this thing awesome and make more money because it was awesome. Whereas the fans are like, hey, I took a weekend off and now I made an entire fucking game that fixes all the fucking problems that the actual games had. Or it's like, oh yeah, I sat down for like 30 minutes in a Gatorade to make this one thing that my favorite series did wrong and made it better. Best stream ever. I think Infinite is supposed to be related to your... No, they don't even tie him into the created character. They do not tie Infinite to that. He is a wolf character from the comics that they don't even show the face of in the games, despite them trying to make it look like he had beef with Shadow. And he apparently volunteers to get experimented on by Dr. Robotnik, and that's how he gets his fucking powers and helmet. At least in the DLC. In the normal game, he doesn't give a shit about Shadow. He doesn't even give a shit about the created character. He just thinks the created character is a fucking nuisance. Yeah, he's a jackal. There we go, not a wolf. But yeah, like, that character is so goddamn inconsistent because it seemed like the people creating the game didn't know what the fuck they were going to do with that character. Like, even his boss battles are like, why are we even doing this? If you can even call them that. He's supposed to be like this very powerful character, and he doesn't get to do shit. He barely does anything. He's just there. Hell, Big the Cat did more than him. And all that bastard did was fish. Big the Cat. I'm gonna fight Chaos number 6. I don't have to kill it, but I'm gonna fish inside his body for 5 seconds to pull out Froggy. And then my story is done. That's it. Big the Cat just went around getting fishing rods and a floaty. And fishing. That was it. That's the extent of his journey. And then make random cameos in Sonic Adventure 2. Voiced by Duke Nukem. That is what we did with Big the Cat. Yeah, he's in Frontiers and he's super chill. You just go there to relax. You go there to just vibe. And you can skip 80% of the of the levels, maybe less than that, but you can skip a big chunk of the levels that you don't want to deal with just by hanging out with Big and go fishing. Big is the fucking MVP of that game. If you don't want to deal with certain levels. It's damn, I need keys and gears and all this shit. I'm gonna go hang out with Big. And you just sit there and vibe. Looking at this, I probably don't need her knees there, so if I decide to crop it, I'll probably crop it there. But yeah, Big is, oddly enough, the only time I disliked Big was in Sonic Prime, where they made him way too lively. I liked him better when he just seemed absent-minded and oblivious. The way they had him in the Sonic Racers shorts, where he just took his time and he took him a bit to react to shit. I thought he was a lot better than that. Yeah, Frontiers is great. It has its problems, but it's definitely a good game. And the fact that the developers are attempting to fix a few things is already a big plus. And it sucks because they still got rushed to make the game. Even though they fought to get an extra year to work on it, they were still rushed. And it's companies, stop rushing your developers. Who cares if you're trying to make a fucking Christmas sale or whatever bullshit? People are gonna buy it anyway, regardless if it's Christmas time or not. Just let people make your goddamn game so you can make some goddamn money. It's we want money, but we don't want to make more money if we just did our shit right. It's like making a sword, but then you rush it out, and then the sword is shit when you could have just waited until the sword was perfect, and then you got more money because people enjoy your quality. Oh yeah, Violet and Scarlet, I'm waiting for that game to get worked on before I even decide if I'm even going to buy it. I have friends who play it, but I'm just I can wait. I'm not in a rush. I laughed at there's a Kamen Rider Pokemon in that game. I thought that shit was funny. I was oh yeah, I'm definitely going to get 2 of those and name one Ichigo and the other one Nigo for Kamen Rider 1 and 2. Yeah, they'll probably fix whatever they're going to fix when DLC comes out. Hopefully. That's a big hope. Yeah, there are Kamen Rider Pokemon in there. Let me look them up real quick. Because they even have the outfits that you can wear that are Kamen Rider. His name is... God damn it. It's those 2 grasshopper Pokemon. I forget. I can't find their names right at the moment. God damn! I just say their names. Damn it! That's all I'm looking for. Yeah. Yeah. Its evolved form is a Kamen Rider, and then you can even get their clothing to look like Kamen Rider. So yeah, they have Kamen Rider Pokemon in the game. And I think his alternate color... Oh, the shiniest green? Okay, so the black one is Kamen Rider Black. And then the green one would probably be Kamen Rider Ichigo. If that's the case. Yeah, let me look him up real quick. Yeah, so it's Kamen Rider Black. And then if I look at the shiny... shiny, where are you? It's not showing me the shiny. Whatever. But yeah, it's definitely Kamen Rider Black. And I thought that was fucking awesome. Oh yeah, the two armors. They're basically Mega Man X characters. I thought that shit was cool. I was like, fuck. I'm part of me is like tempted just to get both versions just so I can ensure that I get all the Pokemon that I want. It's like, fuck trading at this point. Why even bother? Like, I will trade if I'm feeling it for whatever other situation, but might as well just get both. Yeah, they're both just Mega Man. Yeah, one is Mega Man Zero but blue, and the other one's Mega Man but red. There you go. Or one is Zero and one is X. However you want to spin it. Either way, they're Mega Man. But yeah, like, the game doesn't look awful, but all the bugs and stuff just, makes me not want to touch it. It's like, I have seen way too many problems in that game to justify, paying for that until at least a good chunk of those problems are fixed. And I'm still peeved about them not adding in everybody, but, it is what it is. My main goal at the moment is just getting all my Pokemon out of the boxes so they can reside in games. And if it means they're not together forever, then so be it. But I at least want them out of Pokemon Home. Let me zoom in. Right? Like, it's already been proven that them saying that, oh, we can't add all the Pokemon, like, that was already just an excuse. Like, it's already been proven, because there's, like, other than coding and shit like that, because, like, I understand that certain, like games will, games will, need to be properly adjusted when you're adding in something and like that, like, other characters and stuff like that. I understand that. But when they say, like, it's a difficult thing to do and like it's impossible or whatever, like, well, no, one of their main excuses is like they got to make new models. The problem with that statement is they literally made models that were future proof so they could just put them in the games and after that they do bug testing and stuff like that. And when Sword and Shield came out, people looked at the models and the models were exactly the same as they were since X and Y. The only models that were different, I believe, were Pikachu's and Eevee's, but that might have been in Pokemon Go. And it was the same models, but the only differences was that Pikachu and Eevee were given more facial expressions because they were your tag-along Pokemon. But other than that, the models were fucking the same. Maybe some adjustments here and there, like more polygons for whatever reason. But other than that, they were exactly the same. They just didn't want to do it for some arbitrary reason that they didn't need to do. My first starter was Squirtle, and I've always chosen a water Pokemon in every gen. Water has always been my starter. I eventually get all of the starters, but water has always been the main one that I start with. That's why X and Y was cool, because you could literally get all three starters just by playing the game. I think you could get all three. I know you could get at least two out of the three, and I think the third one you had to trade for. You either had to trade for them or you had to go to like a special area to get it. Yeah, like Like, some of the models were just like, what the hell? Because, like, a lot of them just got carried over, and when they did X and Y, they made them future-proof so that way they could just pull them in. But then all the models were exactly the same when Sword and Shield came out, and people called them out on that. But unfortunately, Pokemon's problem is Pokemon itself, because Pokemon is so fucking popular, they will make their money. It would take an act of God or people unifying with and speaking with their wallets to push Nintendo or whoever, like the three companies that are in charge of Pokemon. It would take a very big amount of effort to push them into a mindset of, hey, stop rushing your shit, take your time, and stop throwing in things we don't need and taking out things we do want. Because like they've literally said they take out mechanics just to subvert expectations and then surprise people or surprise the players when they bring those functions back. They have said this. They will purposely remove a mechanic that everybody loves just so you'll want it back you'll feel special when they bring it back in the future. And they said this on live on a talk show thing or whatever the fuck it was. So that's how I know they're not that's not just like hearsay. Yeah, Mega Evolutions were great. Personally, I feel that they would have been better just to be another evolution, in terms of classification and all that. But the idea of Mega Evolution was great. Same thing for Z moves, but Z moves can be adjusted a bit. But like the idea was just like you're sacrificing an item spot in order to get a Mega Evolution or a special attack with the Z moves. That's why Pokemon Sun and Moon was like probably the peak of where they had their mechanics, because everything was in the game. I think Triple Battle was in that game too, if I remember right. I might be wrong on that one. It might have just been doubles again. But you basically had everything in the game. EV training was easier. Like, there was like no issues. You had literally everything you could possibly do in that game. And then they just took all of that out. It's like, here's everything everybody could possibly love about the series, and then we're going to completely abandon all of this. For Dynamaxing, which they couldn't even get that right, because they made new models for every Pokemon to get big, when all they had to do was scale them down, which was a feature they could easily do in the game. And they just made their lives harder. It's like the people who make Pokemon don't know how to make Pokemon. Which was even more apparent in Sun and Moon when people found out that that trainers and certain characters had double or triple the models, because instead of making the textures swap on the characters, because this is all like flat characters, like it wasn't like, or flat polygons. It wasn't like the faces were heavily detailed or anything like that. Instead of just changing the textures in order to show a character's expressions and stuff like that, they just had a completely different model for that expression. So like if they wanted a character to be angry, they had a whole new model for an angry character. And then if they wanted that character to be happy, they had a whole new model for that. And yeah, the biggest problem is that they're not given time to do shit. Like, they get like a year or two, maybe 3, to work on something, even then they're already working on something else. because they make like spin-offs and other Pokemon stuff that most people don't really care about. So a lot of their time and resources are spent on stuff that nobody cares about for the most part. Like, I'm sure somebody will spend some times on like the Pokemon minigames and shit like that. Like, I'm sure somebody spends time playing those side games, but it's not what people play, what the majority play. And then you got the anime that they got to worry about, which, ironically, the current anime that they made didn't have to run off of any of that because they didn't like make it about Sword and Shield. They just made it about, oh, we're going around the world. So they were trying to give themselves time to, you know, work on other shit, but then they still kept screwing themselves over. It's like, I don't even know how you guys got this far with this many fuck-ups, other than the fact that Pokemon is popular. Like, if it wasn't for Pokemon being popular, they would have been fucked a long time ago. Yeah, and like, Pokemon balancing is always going to be hard because, you know, there's always going to be some Pokemon who are better than others. Like, that's always going to be the case. I don't really know how you can really balance out RPGs in that fashion, especially when you try to make it competitive, because at a certain point there's just going to be some Pokemon who are better than others. Turn this on so I can see what's missing. It's not too bad. Let me see if there's anything in the hair I need to fix. I do like the Iron Valiant, whatever that Pokemon's supposed to be called. I like how it's basically just roboticized Gardevoir. My favorite Pokemon is Nidoqueen. She is my favorite. Which is why it pissed me off that it took him a while for her to be in certain games. Because I was like, okay, how come Nidoqueen's not in this game? What the hell? Like, no matter what Pokemon ends up cut in the game, whether it be one of mine or somebody else's, there's a Pokemon that somebody will just love. Even if it's like the most unpopular Pokemon, somebody loves that Pokemon, and it makes no sense for them to not show up in a Pokemon game. That's like the other reason why it was stupid for them to cut Pokemon from the games, because it's like, so if Nidoqueen, like for example, if Nidoqueen wasn't in Scarlet and Violet, I'm less likely to want to get that game. Granted, I like Pokemon in general, so right now the reason why I'm not getting that game is because of its own issues. But outside of that, removing Pokemon makes no sense, because now you're just lessening the odds of somebody wanting to get that game because their favorite Pokemon is not in that game. That Pokemon could be the weakest shit in the entire game, but it's somebody's favorite. Oh yeah, Frostlass is a good pick too. I like Frostlass. Mystery Dungeon was cool. But yeah, they need to figure out how to not rush themselves making Pokemon. Like, it's fucking Pokemon. It will sell. They don't need to try to pump out something every year. Honestly, I think that's what's screwing over a lot of companies, is that they're so choked at trying to meet deadlines and trying to appease stockholders and shit like that, trying to kiss everybody's ass, that they're not even given enough time to make the money that they're promising. Like, they don't get the ability to be creative anymore. They don't get the ability to make the best thing they possibly can at that point in time, because everybody just wants their money now. Even when they make more money than God, they still want more. Like there's literally like there's points where I remember an interview with this was like I think back in 2014 or something like that, maybe even 2013. But I remember one stock thing where like one guy was complaining like, "Hey, I know nothing about video games and stuff like that, but I want to know why you guys didn't make this much more money this year compared to last year or some shit like that." And I'm sitting there going like, "My dude, one, you invested in something you know nothing about. That's a point on you because you're fucking stupid for doing that. Two, if you had done research on the shit that you fucking put stock into, you would know that this shit takes time. Why the hell are you complaining about something you know nothing about?" And it's just, it's one of those things where I feel people who have a shit ton of money were just given money and they fell into it. They don't know how to actually earn or keep their money. They're just fucking retarded. And they just don't know how things work. Or like they pay other people to do it for them. And when those people are trying to do the job, they're like, no, make the money, and then they keep making more stupid decisions. It boggles the mind on how we fucking survived at this point. Frostless drawn in my style? I don't think I've drawn Frostless. I don't think I've drawn her. Have I drawn her? If I have, I don't remember. I'll have to look for it later. This Blake is looking great. Thank you. Yeah, sorry I've been rambling about all this nonsense. I'm just... all you gotta do is get me on a topic that I'm passionate about, and I'll ramble for quite a long time. Yeah, and sometimes the world and stories for Pokemon are what get people into it, not necessarily the gameplay. But even then, sometimes they'll fuck up the world because they'll throw in something that contradicts the storylines that they've made. Or it's like, here's Arceus, the god of Pokemon, basically, and then they try to like downplay that a lot, or make him less amazing than he initially was. Or like some of the lore bits that they've put in the games, whether it be the Japanese version or the English version, they'll sometimes show in the anime, such as, you know, Chandelure basically trying to kill whoever they want. Like Team Rocket, for example, because that happened in the anime. And then they like make it seem like, oh no, Pokemon are nice and shit. Like, bitch, Pokemon will kill you if they feel like it. They are animals. Yes, they are intelligent animals, but they are animals. They are very intelligent animals. Especially the psychic Pokemon. Because we all know psychic Pokemon can do some devious shit. Yeah, that was pretty cool. With Junji Ito. Yeah, like Pokemon has a fuck ton. Again, this is one of those situations where Pokemon has a lot of potential, but it's a lot of business shit that fucks it, and a lot of like company shit. I mean, this is pretty much goes for almost any property where if it's too popular, it'll get fucked over, but if it's not popular enough, it'll get just as much fucked over, but for different reasons. So, like, if it's too popular, it'll get rushed out to the point where it'll have a bunch of bugs and glitches or whatever problems, such as Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. But if it's not popular enough, then its content will be hella scarce. It'll be hella scarce. So, like, things like, I don't know, F-Zero, for example, where people like the series, but it doesn't do well enough for them to warrant making more. And if they do make more, it's either going to be very, very basic, or they're gonna go all in on it, and if it doesn't do well, then they're most likely not gonna do it again. So it's one of those situations where you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. And then, of course, there's the properties where it's just like, nah, this didn't do well, so we're just never going to touch it ever again. Like, I don't know, Vector Man, I guess. Even though Vector Man had 2 games. Almost 3, which was going to be for Xbox. And then that just and then that was just dropped. It was almost hinted that that could have been what became Halo, but I doubt it. To a degree. But yeah, like Vector Man was like, oh, we got 2 games for the Genesis, and then we're gonna move them to 3D, and that never happened. Or like what they tried to do with Bomberman, and they tried to make him edgy. Like, nobody asked for that. It looked like the character was just like supposed to be for an entirely different game, but they just made him Bomberman. Yeah, it just, like, I mean, this has always been the case. Like, obviously, companies make games to get money. Like, that's always going to be the case. You can't really deny that. But the problem is when companies want more money but with less effort. And then they try to ride on like gimmicky shit like NFTs or pay to service or what, live service. There we go. They try to do live service shit, and it's like, guys, what you had before was working. And granted, in Overwatch's case, you know, loot boxes were becoming an issue for them because of laws and stuff like that, like gambling laws. But they could have easily just tweaked that. Like, there are ways to make that more simpler. Like, if anything, all they had to do was just make it so that, oh, the skin or whatever that you wanted, that you don't want to, like, take a chance with the loot box for, just pay for it. That's it. That's all they had to do. Take away the guessing game part of it, and there you go. Then it's less gambling. It's more like, just buy it, dumbass. That's all they had to do. Wasn't even a fucking guessing game. Like, I don't know how they could have went through that whole mental gymnastics of trying to figure out how they could still do loot boxes or whatever the hell they were trying to do. And, you know, make it work in Overwatch 2 and all that. It's like, guys, just make us be able to pay for this stuff, and that's it. I don't know. It always feels like somebody is in the background telling companies to make the dumbest decision they can possibly make. And like, when the internet can figure out a better solution than these companies that spend billions of dollars on not only a creative staff, but also lawyers and shit like that, and yet the internet can figure out the easiest fucking possible solution to this. Yeah, it might need work, but still, you can make it without all the problems that comes with the other decisions. That's an issue. So it always feels like there's just somebody who's just like, hey guys, let's do this decision. You know, the decision that everybody hates. Let's do that. Random question: does Mini Marcy like to watch Fat Blake do binkies? Good lord. Mini Marcy would be hypnotized by Blake doing binkies, because that's a lot of women to be jiggling around. So the answer to that would be yes. Yes, Blake would, or Marcy would like that. But yeah, it just feels like these situations are completely avoidable if they just stop listening to the dumbest decisions possible. And you know it's always by the person who has like the most fucking money, or who's funding the company as a whole or whatever, that gets that say that makes them do these stupid ass decisions, or at the very least like somebody who's supposed to be in charge of like figuring out how they can how to make profit and all that, and it's always like whatever's the most current hip thing that is going on, despite people voicing about how they dislike it. So like NFTs, almost everybody and their mother has explained, no, we don't want this. It's very, very stupid. It does not help, blah, 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 blah. And even still, like, at least up until last year, people or companies still assumed that NFTs was like the way to go. And they're trying to make it work the way microtransactions did. Where it's like, oh, well, if we keep doing it, then, it'll be common. People will do it. Whereas it's like, no, this is very different than microtransactions and DLC, as these aren't helping anything. You can't just... Because like they try to always play it off as like, oh, you can take this weapon and put it into another game. It's like, no. Unless that game was made specifically for that function, it does not work that way. So what if Fat Marcy... So what Fat Marcy if she decided to... Oh, yeah. I mean, Skylar gets to have his own show with Fat Marcy. But yeah, it always makes me wonder what would I do if I had a shit ton of money. Like more money than I could possibly need in a lifetime. I'd probably just fund like whatever game companies that make the shit that I like, and let them go to town. Obviously pay attention so I'm not getting gypped or whatever, or ripped off, or them not doing their jobs and shit like that. But I would allow them the ability to fucking make amazing games and not rush them. Like be better educated about the things I love, so that way I know I'm not getting ripped off. So like, for example, let's just say hypothetically a game normally takes, let's just say, 4 to 6 years if I'm being generous. 10 is stretching it. Like 10 is like, okay, something needs to be changed if it's taking you 10 fucking years. Obviously this depends on the game. But like, let's just say it took 4 to 6 years. At that point I should be aware, it's like, okay, it's gonna take this long to make this game. And if I feel like they're not in the right areas that they should be within those time frames, then changes need to be made, or somebody needs to be let go because they're obviously not doing their goddamn job. But for the most part, I'd be like, nah, man, just make the game as great as you can. Try to get it out within a decent time frame, not something ridiculous like 2 or 3 years or even 1 year, which is fucking what the hell. But obviously be educated about it. Like, don't be like, oh, you guys can make this game in a year, right? And it's like, no, that's not how that works. If you want the game to be shit, then sure. But yeah, I would be active in the things that I would actually pay for and invest in. And not just invest in something I know nothing about and then get pissy when results aren't happening in a year. It's like, dumbass, learn about the shit you're paying for. Yeah, Duke Nukem was 10 years, and that was like a bunch of on and off shit going on in that situation. I think the same thing was for like Final Fantasy 15 when it's supposed to be Versus 13, and all that shit got heavily changed. How dare I be reasonable? I'd like to see Fat Blake do a belly dance. I'd get a girlfriend and make her fat. Good lord. These are all teachings of the Bible. Okay, I pretty much got Blake down. Might call in a bit because it's almost been 4 hours. Still need to tweak a few things. I might give her like something to sit on before I stop, and then I'll work on the cake off stream. Blur. Change that to a 4. There we go. So yeah, here's Fat Blake. Needs a few adjustments here and there. Like, she definitely needs this. Wonder if Blake can see past that belly. Depends on where I put the cake. I could probably put the cake like nuzzled against her belly and she'll still be able to see it and the cake. But yeah, sorry about my ranting about nonsense again. It just sucks that it feels like there's a lot of simple answers to a lot of cases. Obviously, we're not going to know everything because, you know, there's always like legal shit and other nonsense that happen. But it always feels like the answer is simple. It's just a matter of getting that simple answer to actually happen. And then making sure idiots don't like make more dumb decisions that are just why. I'm just gonna give her a standard background for now. I think the seat I want to actually put time into, so I'll do that one later. I'll do that one off stream. Just give her a background to work with. Viro was not rambles, it was an awesome extra hour special stream. Is Marcy gonna pop out of the cake, or is she gonna use herself? I currently not planning on putting Marcy in here, unless she's like on the side or something saying, you know, surprise or something like that. But currently the idea is just Fat Blake in front of a cake. Let's see. I want to do this color. And then we'll do this. But yeah, like, I get very into the things I discuss if it's something I care about. I might have to adjust this for when I put the cake. But for now, this will be the placeholder. Can do this. And then do another layer. See, how does this look if I did it this way? A little better, but let's fix it. Still want it to be a little dark. Yeah, that'd be fine. And there's still like a few things I want to add, so this is just getting some steps out of the way. Oops, wrong button. Blake better clean your plate. Just licking Marcy all over. Marcy will just be fucking spent after that. Yeah, this is fine. Not sure if I'll give her an outline or anything like that. If I do, it'll probably be subtle. So let's just see how that'll look. Excuse me. Let's see. Let's zoom in for a moment. So there's this, and that's rasterize, or flatten, yeah, rasterize. So, make it subtle like this. Can do some effects to it. So like a glow, give her a little bit of an outline. It's not awful, I might blur it though. So let's see how this would look with a blur. It's not awful. I am gonna tone it down still, so it's not too prominent. What's 10% look like? Maybe 20? 20 sounds too much. Maybe 15. Yeah, we'll just do it that way. Okay, so that's it for now. I'm still gonna like put her on like a chair or something, and then have the cake in front of her. Excuse me. Yeah, if I decide to add Marcy, I will, but I'm leaning more towards keeping it simple. But yeah, we'll see if I'm in the mood for it. But yeah, this has definitely been a good stream and discussion, because like just all the talks that we've been having all stream, really getting the gears going, and now I'm just more pumped and motivated to work on my output. So yeah, so like what? Ignoring some of the ons and off that I did, because I did like get sidetracked a little bit by showing off other things and talking about other stuff. But this only took like what, 3 hours? Yeah, I mean that's always been the case. Depending on the drawing, all my drawings have taken about 3 hours from start to finish. But yeah, I'm definitely more pressed to want to work on my output, so I can work on more shit. Make sure to drink 10 milkshakes before bed. I mean, I got a Jack in the Box not far from here who make really damn good milkshakes. And there's like a McDonald's, a Jack in the Box, a Del Taco, and an In-N-Out, all not far from my house. And I got a Dutch Brothers, so getting a milkshake is not an impossible task right now. but yeah, like I'm really hyped up to want to work on more stuff, but I definitely got to work on my output. So I'm going to put in a lot more effort to try to get things out faster and stuff like that. Because if I can do things faster and keep it consistent, then I can definitely start working on side comics and stuff like that. So yeah. That's going to be my focus. Like I'm already focused on doing streaming more and getting my times in and stuff like that, being consistent about that. So yeah, I am going to work harder. I already said I was going to do that this year, but now I want to do work even harder than that. So, and not die. So anyway, thank you everybody for coming. This has been a fun 4-hour stream. Did not plan on doing 4 hours, but whatever. But thank you everybody for coming. This was fun. I will stream again tomorrow at 12 Pacific time. So I will see you again. I'm just going to be drawing like I am now. If I have something else to work on, I'll definitely do that. But if not, then probably something random again. Maybe I'll work on an adoptable update or design that's in my style. Or even update an older character. So, whatever comes first. But yeah, thank you again for coming. And I will see you guys tomorrow, okay? You guys take care. Bye-bye.